Good afternoon, everyone. We can settle in. We obviously are doing the BRFA today. Of course, very pleased to have the governor with us today. Mr. Governor. Just for those who are going to be participating throughout the afternoon, we have 3 panels followed by the Department of Legislative Services. And then we've grouped everything into issue areas, and this is how it will come out. Health related to DDA, higher education scholarships. There's a couple others. I don't even know what they are right now. You probably know who you are. Sports wagering and table games, Attorney General, BOCA, public safety, K through 12 education, economic development, transportation, health, non-DDA, taxation, and agricultural conservation and natural resources. So that's the order that we will go in today. And of course, I want to once again welcome Governor of the state of Maryland. We're very pleased to have you. Whenever you're ready to begin, we are ready.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the entire committee, but again, Mr. Chair, I just want to thank you. Thank you for the leadership. Thank you for this opportunity to be able to present in front of the committee, and to all of you, thank you for the chance to be able to testify and spend time. This entire committee, the Budget and Taxation Committee, I want to say how much I appreciate this, because I know the enormous amount of pressures that are on you all right now. I know the amount of time and energy that you are focusing on making sure that our budget remains strong and viable and vibrant. And so the fact that you've invited me to come and testify on behalf of this BRFA, it's not lost on me. So I just want to say how much I appreciate it. That I know that, especially at a time right now when we have budgets that have to be debated and supported, because budgets really are the sole opportunity we have to really meet the needs of the people. And it's important for all of us to be able to take stock in the moment that we find ourselves in. I want to address not just the fact that, addressing a structural deficit that we know that had been spoken about since 2017. That is an enormous task on its own. It's an enormous task during normal times. I also do want to highlight the fact that we all now know that these are also not normal times that we are dealing with. That the budget plan that I introduced on January 15th came 5 days before the inauguration of Donald Trump. And what we are seeing already in just these first 6 weeks of this new administration and its direct impacts on the state of Maryland are even worse than, frankly, any of us could have anticipated. That this month alone, we lost more than 1,000 jobs in Montgomery and Prince George's County. And that was because of arbitrary federal government cuts, jobs that were lost to public servants who raised their hands to serve, and people who are now finding that the work that they are doing is being called ineffective and inefficient. That this week, the Social Security Administration closed 2 offices, and NOAA fired more than 800 employees. At this point, we expect almost all recently hired federal workers will have been or will be laid off. And in Maryland alone, that amounts to a little more than 10,000 people. But not only do I anticipate, when I think about that, for that work and for that damage to continue, I'm also looking at other decisions that have been made coming from Washington, D.C., where just on Tuesday, that the House passed a bill to cut Medicaid and CHIP by as much as $880 billion, and cut SNAP by as much as $230 billion. And federal agencies now have until mid-April to suggest relocations of offices outside of the Maryland region. Not only do I anticipate a continuation of these type of decisions and the chaos that we have watched it unfold, frankly, after spending time in D.C. this past weekend with America's other governors and spending time with the administration, I came away from that meeting feeling that not only would it continue, it was about to accelerate. So here in Maryland, these draconian moves could lead to tens of thousands of Marylanders' jobs lost, hundreds of thousands of lives interrupted, and a cratering of tens of millions of dollars in income. And that is the context that I come to testify in front of you here today. That I know that the world has changed in just 6 weeks, and frankly, I know it has changed since we first introduced our budget. That the final state budget that we will carve together this year has to reflect a very harsh reality. A very harsh reality that over the past 6 weeks, we have already seen an indication that a lot of understandings that we had coming in have been altered. And I do want to say that while I still remain locked in on the destination, I come in moving in partnership to be flexible on the journey. That there are certain things that we know have shifted, but there are 3 key principles that we cannot retreat from. The first is that we need to reform this tax code, and we must give middle-class families a tax cut. That Marylanders are being squeezed. They're being squeezed by rising prices. They're being squeezed by the rising cost of groceries. They're being squeezed by the rising cost of energy. And the policies that we are seeing from the federal government are only making things worse. The cuts that we are seeing at the federal level are designed to create space to extend the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. And that's not my words. Those are the words of folks in Washington and from this administration. That legislation, the 2017 TCJA, helped billionaires pay less in taxes than middle-class families for the first time in American history. That under that plan, Marylanders who have done very, very well will continue to do very, very well. And Marylanders in the middle class will get squeezed. Again, that we need to make sure that our people are protected, and that we need to make sure that our people can get tax relief, especially now at a time of economic uncertainty. Our budget proposal cuts taxes for 2/3 of Marylanders and ensures that 82% of Marylanders either see a tax cut or no change at all. And unlike legislation that's coming out of Washington right now, we are focused on targeting that relief to working families. So I ask the members of this committee, let's work together to give the middle class a break, because they need it. That our reform plan will help regular people keep a little more cash in their pockets when they need it most. And yes, it is going to ask those of us who have done exceptionally well financially to pay a little more so we can focus on growing the economy. And as someone who is going to be directly impacted by our proposed budget plan, I'm okay with paying a little bit more if it means that we do not have to lay off firefighters or police officers, or we can have the best public school system in America. That for the 3rd year in a row, we have shown that we've been able to work together to give measurements of relief for the 3rd year in a row. We have shown that we did not have to go and raise broad-based taxes, that we've also shown that we can increase government efficiency as good stewards of taxpayer dollars. And for the 3rd year in a row, we introduced a budget with a general fund that is smaller than the year before. That we're showing that we can create a government that's more accountable and more effective and efficient. The second item is that we must grow and diversify our economy by focusing on industries of the future and making Maryland more business-friendly. The changes in Washington are hurting Maryland's economy and disrupting the lives of our constituents in each and every one of your districts. I know it because I hear from each and every one of you. That there are Marylanders who raised their hand to serve who are now filing for unemployment. And mass layoffs are happening at a time when we should be revving up our economy and not slowing it down. And so I understand that at the heart of the structural deficit that we find ourselves, that's been predicted since 2017, that we know we have to address in this moment, at the center of it is one fundamental problem, and that's a lack of growth. That our economy is not growing fast enough. And this year, let's focus on growing the economy so we can stop having the same conversations when we're talking about Maryland's future, and we can do it in a way that we have to make sure that we are not so reliant on Washington, D.C. for our long-term success. We can do it in a way that makes sure that our economy is not reliant on who's sitting in an Oval Office, that we grow on our own, and we can grow independently. That we've studied the data and we've identified three lighthouse industries that we know that we have a unique opportunity to build out, and that is life sciences, IT, and aerospace and defense. I want Maryland to be the capital of quantum, and clean energy, and AI, and biotech. Sectors that will define the economy of tomorrow, and sectors that Maryland is uniquely poised and placed to be able to win in. And we also need to make sure that we are protecting our incumbent industries that have been the heart of our economic strength, and that includes everything from trade to transportation to the outdoor economy. And third, we need to invest in our people. Let's finalize a budget that protects the essential services that Marylanders count on and keeps them employed and employable. Because at a time when the White House seems to believe that health care is a privilege for those who can afford it, we in Maryland need to lean into health care as a right in every part of the state. At a time when we see the White House destroy career pipelines, we need to build new avenues to work, wages, and wealth here in the state of Maryland. At a time when we must be disciplined, we cannot stop investing in our people, because investing in our people is the pathway to prosperity. So those are the priorities. Reform the tax code, grow the economy, invest in our people. Those are the three principles that I hope we can all agree on, and those are the three principles that I will not compromise on. I know this isn't easy work, and I know responsible governing is hard, and that's why I'm glad that you all are in the seats that you're in, because that's exactly what Maryland is demanding right now. And I know you have repeatedly stepped up to provide that to the people of our state, and I'm looking forward to the opportunity to do it once again, that to show the people of this state when we confront crisis, we confront it with courage, and we rise above and get hard things done in this state. So I thank you again for this time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Governor. Did you want to take questions now, or are we going to hear from the Secretary and Mr. Baker?
Both, Mr. Chair. I'll take some now, and we can take,
Yeah, I was going to say, we have a second panel that I'll present testimony alongside Eric, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, that's fine. Absolutely. Questions for the Governor? Senator Bailey?
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Governor.
Senator. Good to see you.
Appreciate the opportunity for you to be here, and I appreciate your remarks. And I first want to say that I appreciate, having the opportunity to represent Patuxent Naval Air Station.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate the vision and us moving forward. But I also want you to understand that I represent, the Southern Maryland.
Yes, sir.
I represent the farmers. I represent the watermen, the two people that are on the seal of Maryland, right, who have been the stewards for years. And we have programs that are, when I look at the budget cuts, the proposed budget cuts, that were in the proposed cuts before what has taken place in Washington. Right? There is a threat to their way of life where we have working economic development projects that are in place that this budget is, this proposed budget is cutting, is taking away where we have the best return on investment, working with our farmers that we have ever had, working with our watermen to clean the Chesapeake Bay, to put oyster shells, and this proposed budget takes them away. And I would very much be interested in your comments so I can go back to my people and try to organize this for the people that have been stewards of this for many years, that they're not being forgotten.
Thank you, Senator. And first, thank you for your work and thanks for your leadership. And you know, I'm proud of the fact that you know, you do a fantastic job of representing your folks in Southern Maryland. I also, you know, I want to make sure that they know also that I take pride in representing them as well. There are people too. And whether we're talking about the watermen, whether we're talking about the farmers, whether we're talking about everybody, all 6.5 million folks in this state, I take pride in being their governor as well. And so I appreciate the partnership that we have and working together on it. You know, one thing when I think about the work that's being done, and I think about Southern Maryland, actually many of the areas in Southern Maryland, whether we're talking about St. Mary's, whether we're talking about Calvert, whether we're talking about Charles, et cetera, these are areas that will actually have a disproportionate benefit and impact from the type of tax reform efforts that we are proposing here. Where, you know, when I say the North Star is that we want to be able to make sure we're giving middle-class families a tax cut right now, and we think about where much of Southern Maryland will fall when it comes to elements of the standardized deduction, because for the standard deduction, by doubling the standard deduction, by being able to eliminate the standard deduction penalty, it's not only putting us in closer parallel with our neighbors. I mean, right now, if you look at where we are, Maryland, the standard deduction in D.C. is 5 times that what we have in the state of Maryland. The standard deduction in Virginia is 3 times what we have in the state of Maryland. So by increasing the standard deduction and by eliminating the standard deduction penalty, we're not only putting us closer to where our neighbors are, we're giving a lot of places, particularly, frankly, a lot of places that we have within our watermen and our farmers and our rural parts of the state are actually having the highest chance propensity for being able to have the tax cut that they need and putting a little bit of money back into their pockets. And so I'm eager to work with you on individualized programs and also tax credits that I know you might be referring to. And I look forward to working in partnership with you. But it's actually many of the constituents who you're speaking about are some of the ones who are top of mind when we put together this tax reform package.
Thank you for your answer. I have just 2 little small programs.
Please.
I'll be happy to share them, and they're not big asks. So and they will help a lot of people.
Roger that. And listen, and you know, Senator, I am always eager to partner with you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Senator Quarterman.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Governor, for being here today.
Thank you.
And I appreciate the comments here to our friend from Southern Maryland. And I got a little bit bigger ask here for you today. So when we talk about growing the economy, obviously I think we can all appreciate that and are in agreement and alignment with that. I know in the western part of the state where I live, and actually, quite frankly, for the entire part of the state, I think a lot of that goes into our transportation infrastructure, okay? And we talk about transportation infrastructure, we talk about those investments that are made within our transportation infrastructure, specifically our roads, our bridges, our highways. And when I look through the BRFA and I go through this budget, which again, a lot of it was put out obviously prior to the administrative change here in Washington.
Yes.
You know, are we making any moves or reductions here to mass transit or finding out ways to have them be more self-reliant or more self-sufficient so that we don't need these proposed increases in fees to be able to support projects like US 15 in Frederick County, like 81 in Washington County, which I know that you support and been out there many times, and we appreciate that. And so what we're trying to find a way here is to be able to support these transportation projects that a majority of Marylanders use. Look, I'm a fan of mass transit. I'm one of few on our party that actually support mass transit and want to see that thrive throughout our state. But the reality is most people in Maryland don't use it. We want to continue to grow that, but we really have to be able to focus on our bridge, roads, and highways. And so again, is there a way that we can kind of balance that approach? Because again, now that the federal government has changed, I think unfortunately you're going to see less of a likelihood on some of these mass transit opportunities in the state here now, particularly the Red Line, which I know you've been a big proponent of. And so how do we kind of refocus that and be able to utilize the funding that we do have to those projects that are vital to Marylanders throughout the state, particularly in Western Maryland 81, without raising these fees and taxes. Last year, we were told some of these fee increases would put those projects back in. They did not go back in. Fortunately, you were able to put them back in, which we greatly appreciate. But we need to see these projects come to fruition without the additional taxes and fees, and with a focus on that. And so, just wonder if you could comment on that, if there's a way to kind of refocus that going forward to really prioritize roads, bridges, and highways in the state of Maryland. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, Senator, and thanks for your work and partnership on it. I can tell you right now, the prioritization that we've had on things like 81 and 15, and saying that it needs to happen and it needs to happen now, it wouldn't have happened without your partnership on it. So we appreciate it. So when I think about one of the more broken business models that we have within the state of Maryland, the TTF has to be somewhere at the top. The way that we have structured how we pay for our transportation assets, it does not make any business sense, because we're still talking about adding on increased projects and increased needs, but though at the same time, not having a capital flow that's able to sustain that. And so part of the goal that we had this year was we cannot compromise on being able to get transportation infrastructure fixed, because whether it is a phone call that I get about someone losing their life on 15, or whether it is a phone call about a light rail catching on fire, both of them are unacceptable. And so our ability now to make sure that we are prioritizing our transportation needs and transportation assets, whether it be 81 and 15 or whether it be a light rail system, I think both have to be done, and we need to make sure that we're putting the resources behind it. The problem is before, and the reason that we've had this constant start-stop and this hiccup about whether or not 81 is in the budget, is 81 not in the budget, is 15 in the budget, is 15 not in the budget, is because we have never been able to say, let's actually fix the business model. And that's the thing that we can't compromise on this year, that we've got to be able to fix the business model. But to say, let's fix the business, let's get 81 and 15 done, but not have a conversation about how we're going to pay for it, what that's going to lead to is us continuing to have the same thing over and over and over again. So this is the time, I think, that we have to be able to work together responsibly to create the financial foundation that's going to be necessary and required to get something done that previous administrations have not been able to get done, which is fix 81, fix 15, and stop talking about it and putting in budgets and taking out of budgets. And so I'm looking forward to having the chance to work with you on figuring out what do we have as a sustainable fix to the business model for the TTF? How can we make sure that we can get these infrastructure projects not just talked about, but actually completed? But do it in a way that is going to be sustainable. So I'm not back here in 4 years having a conversation saying, but now we're going to get 81 done, like we've just continued to see over and over and over again.
No, thank you, Governor. And I appreciate your continued commitment to projects, not just in our part of the state, but throughout Maryland. And I agree with you that we need to figure out a way to fix the Transportation Trust Fund so that we can be able to really kind of, I guess, support transit in a better way than we are already. Because I think that is what's really impacting these other transportation opportunities.
That's exactly right.
And so figuring out a way to fund transit in a responsible manner, and I look forward to working with you in the future on that.
Yes, sir.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Stallings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hey, Senator.
Governor, I want to thank you so much for being with us today. We see the state that we're in right now. We see a lot of the proposals that are in place, just for instance, a lot of the taxes that we believe would make a difference. And one thing that I don't believe in, just to be very honest with you, is taxing, because it's more of a burden on the people. But one of the taxes that are in place right now is the delivery tax, which affects everybody. Every person will be affected in this delivery tax. And I'm thinking that if there was another way or a possibility or the conversation that needs to be, that we can find a way to not burden down the businesses, the people that deliver, they're making the money, the people with a trickle-down effect, that it could affect everyone. And we don't want that, and you don't want that. If there's a way that we can have that right conversation to find a way where we can minimize this and work in that. And I would have one more question to follow up, Mr. Governor.
Absolutely. So first, thank you for the work and leadership, and I could not agree with you more. You are not going to tax your way to prosperity. It's never happened before. We're not going to cut our way to prosperity. It's never happened before. There's only one way to get to prosperity, and that's growth. We've got to get this economy moving. We've got to make sure that Maryland is not growing at 3% over a period from 2017 to 2022, where the rest of the country was growing at 11%. So Maryland was growing at less than half of the national average. If we don't even give me 11, just give me closer to 11. Do you know what we would not have if during that time period from 2017 to 22, if we were growing at an increased margin than what we were doing before, you know what we would not have? A structural deficit. The reason there is a structural deficit is because there's been no growth. So I agree with you that we have got to make sure that growth becomes the North Star. And I agree with you that we have to be able to work together to find ways of being able to address the issue. You know, one point of clarification, though, when we're talking about the delivery piece, we are talking about for people who I know you are deeply concerned about, as am I. When we're talking about seniors who are getting their prescription drugs, when we're talking about disabled Marylanders who are getting basic supplies, that does not apply to them, and that's actually written inside a statute, right? However, the thing that I also do know is this: we have to address the issue that the roads are being torn up. They're being torn up in many cases by these delivery assets, and so how exactly do we compensate from that? How do we shape that difference? And I'm very willing to work with this body and all bodies to say, let's come up with the right solution that makes sense. The thing that we cannot compromise on, though, is saying that we've got to fix the TTF and we've got to get these transportation projects done. Because whether we're talking about roads or bridges or mass transit, that if people, you cannot have economic mobility if you don't have physical mobility. And you specifically cannot have economic mobility if we have physical mobility that's actually either getting people hurt or getting people killed. So that's where I think we can come up with complete agreement on saying fixing the TTF and fixing our transportation needs is going to be of the highest priority. But I'm eager to work with you in saying, but we've got to come up with what is the right solution to be able to address that issue, because I'm confident that we can get there.
And I think we can, Governor, I appreciate that. If I could, one more thing, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And economic development,
Yeah.
which we have in my district. Tradeport Atlantic has done amazing things. And we see that development continuing on, and it will be going on because, for instance, the containers that are going to be going there, we're working with the Port of Baltimore. Yeah. And the opportunities there are just vast. We see 14,000 employees there in the past almost 10 years. And at one time, they had a little more than 2,000 employees, adding even the contractors that work there. In the prime of Bethlehem Steel, when they were doing the Liberty ships, they had over 33,000 employees, which was amazing. And we saw the fighters and the women that worked out there in those steel mills, and it was amazing. But we need to continue to grow with this, and we need to have in place what we have in place now. I work with our good chairman, and I want to work with you to continue to work with more businesses that are going to be there, that they can continue to have the 10-year plan of the tax relief that they can have for building materials. Yeah. That's why we are now have interest around the world to be a part of that. One of the best places in the nation to be a part of the economy and let it boost. And that's the only way Maryland can, as you said, Governor, we can continue to grow.
Roger that.
And if we can keep this in place and bring more interesting businesses that are there, and we're bringing more retail, which is very rare. But we want to build that and bring in more jobs, and that's what brings in the revenue, Governor. And if we can work on that, I think it'd be a great thing. Thank you.
I am so excited that you are a yes on our tax proposal, because as you saw, we actually invested in TPA in our proposal. So I'm very excited to hear that you are a yes.
And the credits of that is awesome. Thank you.
Outstanding.
Thank you.
Senator Jennings.
All right. Governor, thank you for being here. You've been here long enough, you get to see things kind of come around again for myself, and I think 5 of us, we were here during the Great Recession. I was in the House on Ways and Means when we were dealing with the tax increases and everything we there trying to get through in 2007, 2008, 2009. And, now I've gotten older, more mature. I've seen what we did then, the experiences we went through in the outer years. And, I sat here earlier in the week when, your secretary was here, and I did ask a question. And that's kind of where I'm going to go back to is the hiring, where, as I've sat with your budget books, I've looked at them. I've reached out to some of the experts that, have sat in some of these positions before and said, what do you think? What's your experience? Where do you see it? And the big thing that keeps coming back to me right now is vacant positions, saying, hey, you know what? We don't have to necessarily hire those. In the short term, right now, we're trying to get this budget balanced. We don't have to necessarily hire those positions. Let's just get through this storm that is on the horizon. As you mentioned, on the federal side, it is bad. And, you know, what you said in the beginning when you first sat down, it is bad with what's happening with these federal employees, and I feel for them. Unfortunately, they're feeling what most people in the private sector deal with every day with, you know, businesses that close. But I ask you, and, you know, and I asked the secretary earlier in the week saying, hey, there's a lot of vacant positions. Have we put a hiring freeze in? And the response was no, that you've left it to your cabinet secretaries to let them decide. And I was kind of shocked by that, because here we are in these dire circumstances saying, to me, I was shocked. I thought we would have a hiring freeze on, saying that nope, no hiring right now. If you need to hire, come to you as the governor or the secretary of DBM saying, hey, here's why we need to hire, and get permission, because we don't need to do that right now. Let's just get through the next 6 months, 8 months to a year before we open it back up. But I do understand, you know, there are some positions like corrections and others where you do have some severe vacancies that, yes, you can give the green light on those.
Yeah.
And I would just say to you, I just, in these dire circumstances, which we are in, you know, I would say, why aren't we pushing forward with a hiring freeze?
Yeah, no, and it's, listen, it's a very fair point, Senator. And I tell you, when you think about some of the depletions that we saw and have still not even fully corrected for, and the very real human impacts and implications that has had on the people of the state. You mentioned some of them about whether it's DPSCS. You mentioned whether some of the public safety vacancies and the massive amount of vacancies that we see both on state side and even on our local law enforcement levels. You see the fact that we had people who were waiting 16 months. And I know I spoke with Senator Benson about this, you know, for a while. People waiting 16 months for unemployment insurance, right? So we had massive depletions that we knew had to be addressed, because you had to have state government that actually functioned, and a state government that was actually responsive to people. But I remember I said earlier, I believe it was the start of last year, so a little over a year ago, saying, you know, but one thing that has been an important lesson learned is that I'm not interested in just rebuilding someone else's government. We need to build our own, one that is efficient, that is effective, that is accountable, and that is responsible. And so if you see, this is now the third budget in a row that we have introduced that has a general fund that is smaller than the year before. So this is not some spendthrift. Mm-hmm. This is not a, or whatever other, line that could be placed. This is, no, but I just want to finish this point.
I didn't mean to cut you off. Yes, sir.
No, it's okay. But it's just that we are being, and our secretaries are being remarkably diligent and frankly, very thrifty in terms of making sure in places where we have severe vacancies that are having a distinct impact on public safety, a distinct impact on government efficiency and government responsiveness and government accountability, that we have to make sure we're putting those pieces in place. But at the same time, there is no quota system that's being laid out saying, like, you must hire blank or you must hire blank. We're not doing that. We just want to make sure that we are putting together the most effective government possible and one that's responsive to the people. And if you think about the work that's happened within our government modernization initiative, where we signed an executive order just months ago, really focusing on finding and cutting waste from government, and looking at everything from how we're doing fleet consolidation, to IT management, to real estate, to procurement. I mean, these are all things that are explicitly designed towards making sure that we have an efficient state government. And so while I definitely understand the point, and this is not about reinventing someone else's government or just filling slots because they are open, but there are basic functions that are not being performed, that I am holding my secretaries accountable. Make sure they are performed, make sure we're getting a government that's actually responsive to people's needs.
And I agree with that for those positions. And what I was going to say earlier when you were talking is, look, I have voted for your previous budgets. So I am a Republican who has supported Democratic governors' budgets. So, I thank you for having the lower general funds on those. I'm just sitting here is just saying, hey, tough times, let's cut it. Because, I tell you, people come in our offices every day, all these groups out here begging for money. Nobody has ever come in my office and said, you know what? You gave us so much money last year, we're good, we're going to give you some back.
Yeah.
everybody's always begging for more.
I'm waiting for that.
And everybody's come in this year begging, nobody's willing to give some up.
Yeah.
And, you know, I actually had a group where I finally this year had to tell them to leave because you got to give up something this year. Everybody's got to give some up. And everybody's been pretty good, except for one group who said, nope, we want 100%. But everybody realizes it is that bad this year, they have to give something up. And I appreciate everybody who's come in and realized that because it is that draconian right now. But I just, on the hiring side, please employ your secretaries because, you know, they have a budget. They're going to, and I always tell people this, the difference between private sector and public sector is a private sector, if you're running a department and you're given a budget and you come in under budget, you're rewarded. You've done a great job. In the public sector, if you do it and you come under budget, you're like, oh my gosh, we're not going to have that much next year. You get penalized. Yeah. And that's what secretaries believe. And so that because of that, they're going to want to spend as much as they can to hire as much. So I just want to make sure we don't do that in these times and they know, hey, unless it's dire, let's not hire them. Let's get through this year so we can get through this tough time.
And I'll say some other thing. And then and you are right that listen, we did not get to our third straight budget that actually is smaller in terms of the general fund than the year before, which, by the way, has not happened in over a decade in this state. We did not get there because people were not feeling pain. I think anytime you get there naturally, it means that someone had to lose, right? Just mathematically, someone had to lose. And our proposed budget that we had in has some very real either cuts, pauses, or alterations to it that are not easy. And it was not simple to get there. And that includes work that I've asked and I've required for our cabinet secretaries as well in terms of how they're operating their budget. So you're absolutely right that this is, especially in a moment like this, especially in this kind of crisis that we are dealing with, making sure that everyone understands that the sacrifice needs to be shared is a very important factor. But
Yeah, I was just going to add, Senator, I'm glad to hear you mentioned DPSES. As you know, those chronic persistent vacancies cost us overtime money that adds up to real dollars. And so we've got to be strategic, and I appreciate the oversight of the committee, but we've got to be strategic about that hiring as well because it actually does cost us in the end as well.
Yep. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Governor. Senator Roosevelt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Governor, for joining us today.
Senator. Good to see you again.
A couple of thoughts. One is thank you for opening up, framing this with the attacks on Maryland by the Musk-Trump administration. That's very important to keep in mind here. You inherited a structural deficit, a slow-growth economy, and a hollowed-out government from your predecessor, Governor Hogan. And now we're faced with an attack from the Musk-Trump administration. And so you're right, we're going to have to make some tough decisions. And we will make tough decisions, and you made tough decisions. For example, you introduced a balanced budget. They don't do that in Washington. And we're going to pass a balanced budget. They don't do that in Washington. And you propose something way overdue in this state, which I'm very supportive of, is making the tax system more progressive. For too long, working people have had to pay too much, and very wealthy people have had to pay too little, and big corporations have been able to use loopholes to escape paying their fair share of taxes. And your proposal addresses that. So I hope as you work with all of us and you hear from all the opponents of everything, that you stand tough in defending making our tax system more progressive and more fair to working people, because there's a lot of discussion in since the last election in particular about working people losing faith in government. Well, this is an opportunity to help working people get back faith in government, that their values, their pocketbooks are going to get some priority. So that's number one. Number two is your budget proposal. I don't agree with every piece of it, but when I saw it, I was, wow, this is incredibly thoughtful. The balance of $2 in cuts for every dollar in revenue, exactly the right balance. The focus on real efforts on government efficiency, which you mentioned, not the chainsaw approach, but the scalpel approach, the thoughtful approach. I was very impressed with it. I'm very impressed with it. And then, as you say, the focus on continuing to invest in people and grow our competitive advantages. So I would just say, Governor, I'm very supportive of your budget. We're going to have to make some changes in it. But I hope as we go forward, the values that you laid out, the priorities you laid out, you'll stick to. I look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Senator, and I really appreciate it. And I look forward to working with you and every member of the committee and every member of the body to be able to make sure that we come up with a final conclusion, which is a balanced budget for the third year in a row that people know actually sees them and where they are. And you're absolutely right. I mean, the principles that we've laid out, that we have to make, we have to be able to give middle-class families a tax cut and have to make it more affordable for middle-class families. We have to make it more attractive for businesses to be able to come and grow and stay in Maryland, and we have to invest in our people. I think those are the right North Stars, and I think those are all North Stars that we can agree on. Because you talk about the reason that we talk about things like reforming the tax code is the way it currently works in the state of Maryland. Someone making $30 million is being taxed the same as a family making $300,000. No one can explain to me how that makes sense. That right now, even the adjustments that we're talking about, where it's saying that someone making $750,000 or more is being asked to pay around $2,500 extra dollars. Someone making over $1 million or more is being asked to pay a quarter point more. I mean, these are not onerous, especially when we talk about the ability to get this economy moving. Because when we can get this economy moving, we increase Maryland's GDP, and we can make sure that Maryland is going to be protected at a time when there is a full-on assault right now that's taking place on many of our working families. That I think this becomes a unique opportunity for us to be able to correct something that I think needed to be corrected even prior, but also do it in a way that's helping to prepare for what we already see is coming on board. So I really appreciate it and look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. So how would you like to proceed now with your panel? Do you have comments?
If the governor's finished,
Okay.
we'd probably suggest that he move on.
Yep.
And
That's fine.
the rest of our second panel would come up.
Very good.
That works.
Governor,
Okay.
again, thank you so much.
I appreciate you. I
being
appreciate
here.
each and every one of you. Thank you so much, and look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Okay. Who would like to start?
I'll kick off, if
Great.
that's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Chair Gazzone and members of the committee. My name is Helene Grady, Budget Secretary, and do we have Richard as well?
He's right here.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. And I'm here today with Mark Nicole, Deputy Secretary, Richard Oxshire, our Director of Revenue Policy and Analysis at DBM, and Eric Lukey, Senior Advisor in the Governor's Office. You have DBM's written testimony in support of HB 352, SB 321, the Budget Reconciliation and Financing Act of 2025. The bill implements just about 100 budget actions that together provide $8.8 billion in general fund savings and increased revenue through fiscal 2030, including $3 billion between fiscal 25 and fiscal 26. The bill also provides budgetary relief to non-general fund sources, including $2.7 billion in relief to the Transportation Trust Fund through fiscal 2030. I won't read our 20 pages of detailed testimony covering all the provisions in the bill, but we'll just summarize some highlights before I turn it to Eric for additional comments. Then we look forward to talking through your questions. I'd like to focus my comments on three key areas. First, a quick recap of the current budgetary environment and how we got here. In December 2024, DLS projected a historic nearly $3 billion general fund shortfall for fiscal 26, greater than any shortfall in at least 20 years, including during the Great Recession. The challenge is exacerbated by the policy changes that the Trump administration and Congress are pursuing. the Moore administration had warned of the challenging outlook since before the release of our first budget in 2023. This was because very temporary spikes in revenue and one-time general fund relief from Congress related to the pandemic were phasing out by 2023. And it was clear that stagnant economic growth in Maryland since 2017 was resulting in fundamentally low general fund revenue growth, unsustainably low given the pace of growth in general fund expenses. Remember, general fund revenue grew only 1% in fiscal '24 and currently is projected to grow only 2.2% in fiscal '25 and 1.5% in fiscal '26. At this point, with significant threat to our state economy from federal actions, it is uncertain at best whether even those meager growth rates will hold up in the near term. Over the last 2 years, we've worked together to make targeted spending reductions alongside responsible investments to narrow the budget gap. This administration's first budget proposal left an $820 million cash surplus, 10% reserve in the rainy day fund, and preserved $1 billion in cash to fund the blueprint and strategic transportation investments. In the fiscal '25 budget, we worked with the General Assembly to close an operating gap of $1 billion and continue to maintain more than 9% reserve in the rainy day fund. Budget reductions approved by the Board of Public Works last July reduced general fund expense by another $148 million. Second, the governor's proposed budget for fiscal '26 goes significantly further in shoring up our financial sustainability and positioning the state for growth. The proposed budget as introduced flips the projected $3 billion general fund cash shortfall for fiscal '26 to just over $100 million positive cash balance, reduces the structural deficit for fiscal '26 by more than $2.25 billion, and maintains a rainy day fund balance of 8%, or just over $2 billion, compared to 5% historically prior to the pandemic. The governor described our framework in building this plan, includes growing our economy and strengthening the labor force, modernizing government to produce results, and reforming the tax code to make it more fair, simple, pro-growth, and for most Marylanders, less expensive. Third, I want to address a little bit what actions did we take to accomplish these results while also investing meaningfully in economic growth, education, public safety, childcare, healthcare, workforce, the environment, and transportation. First, a focus on efficiency and results through our government modernization initiative, which the governor spoke about. The budget includes $50 million in general fund savings in the first year of this initiative, focused on cutting costs from administrative operations while improving services. Next, we've made dozens of hard choices and trade-offs, many of which are reflected in the BRFA before you today. These include changes to legislative mandates and earmarked uses of state cash to reflect changing circumstances and priorities, to maximize flexibility to enhance results, and to address clear underutilization of some earmarked funds. These proposed changes, which maximize flexibility, become particularly important in light of the changes we anticipate and are beginning to see in our federal-state relationship. Next, we focused on reining in spending within areas where growth has proven unsustainable. In many cases, even after the proposed reductions, many of our programs are still at a level of investment that would have been hard to imagine just a few years ago. Finally, we focused certain areas in the budget proposal around increased cost sharing between state and local governments for programs directly supporting the localities, while at the same time working intentionally to strengthen our counties. Local aid represents just about 1/3 of general fund expense in fiscal '26, and total local aid is set to increase by $600 million, or 5.5% in the governor's allowance. Given the general fund challenge, it would be very difficult to insulate counties entirely from impacts, and we're proposing cost shifts outside of the blueprint adjustments that total about $150 million. This is significantly less impact to local aid than during previous state budget crises or relative to its proportion of the general fund. And at the same time, the governor's proposal intentionally raises revenue for local governments while delivering a majority of their residents tax relief. Finally, we focused on tax reform. The administration has proposed a package of reforms to our revenue model that are not simply tax increases to balance our budget, but rather intentionally designed to be simpler, fairer, and to support our future growth. The income tax proposal we've introduced invests in strengthening our middle class, which is fundamental to our economic competitiveness and also timely in light of changes afoot at the federal level. It provides a tax cut for 60% of Marylanders, with 82% paying lower taxes or seeing no change in their bill. It begins to put our standard deduction, the mechanism through which the vast majority of Marylanders reduce their taxes, on a more competitive level with states around us, like Washington, D.C. and Virginia. We studied many options for changes to our revenue structure. This proposal uniquely leaves more cash in the pockets of the majority of Maryland households to help them afford other daily expenses, be it utility bills, food, or housing, while also raising the revenue state government needs to invest in the core services these same families rely on us for, including education and public safety. It also would make Maryland taxes significantly simpler and fairer, which is why the reforms have been applauded by tax experts on both the right and the left. The tax reform package includes several other components as well, which are detailed in our written testimony, and we're happy to talk through. Overall, the revenues we raised from these reforms will enable our investment in a stronger, growing, and more vibrant economy. Additionally, the administration presents a series of amendments to the BRFA today for the committee's consideration. In particular, I would mention a few that reflect feedback since the budget introduction, including first, an amendment to the provision on the enterprise zone tax credit to clarify our intention to phase out state support for the new credits going forward, while preserving the option for local governments to continue to support new credits. Second, an amendment to repeal the provision eliminating the low-intensity support services program within the Developmental Disabilities Administration. While our budget challenge prevents the administration from allocating general funds to this important program in fiscal '26, we agree that it's important to preserve the program for future years, and particularly appreciate Senator McCray pointing this out to us at a budget hearing on DDA a few weeks ago. Third, we're presenting an amendment to provide funding to support the registers of wills through a revenue distribution from the estate tax in fiscal '26 forward. In closing, the administration has proposed a package of very difficult trade-offs, and the legislature has been clear on its willingness to make tough budget decisions as well. We've appreciated the feedback and dialogue since January 15th, some of which is reflected in amendments we're proposing today, and we look forward to continued engagement with the General Assembly and the public through the rest of this legislative session as we work together to direct our resources to key investments that will deliver results for our most core priorities, strengthen our economic competitiveness, and position the state to emerge stronger and better. The administration believes that the BRFA as amended is necessary to ensure a balanced fiscal '26 budget and to provide out-year structural budget relief. For these reasons, we're eager for the dialogue today. We look forward to further improvements to the package as you deliberate, and we urge the committees ultimately to vote favorable with amendments on HB 352, SB 321. I'm going to turn now to Eric for some additional comments before we take questions.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee, I'd like to start by making a similar comment to how I started my remarks in front of the Appropriations and Ways and Means committees yesterday. We're all very aware, I think, of what's happening to so many public servants, so many Marylanders in the federal workforce, these arbitrary and cruel actions that are affecting so many Maryland families. So I think it's worth, as we continue our work during session, reiterating what I know is a shared appreciation for the incredible staff that we have, both across our agencies and within the legislature, the member staffs, the staff of your committee, who are a joy to work with, the staff of DLS, although David Romans reminded me I should say that he's very tough on us. And to thank you also for your service. This is a tough time to be a public official. All of you, we know, make sacrifices to do the work that you do. And it's hard and often thankless work, and it's even more difficult in a year like this year where there are very few good choices. It is difficult to propose cuts, and every cut that we've proposed, every cut that has been put forward as a possibility for consideration by analysts has a constituency who does not want that dollar cut. Many of them are coming behind us in this hearing. Everybody who's going to be potentially subject to revenue action would rather not pay it. But we have a massive problem to solve, and I feel very confident in this committee, in the Appropriations and Ways and Means Committees, in the administration, our DBM secretary, to make those cuts and those decisions about revenues based on our shared values. The governor spoke to some of those values, and I want to speak in particular to how those values informed our decisions on the governor's tax reform plan. It would have been, frankly, an easier but less appropriate approach for us to cut the budget by just saying, we'll cut X percent from every agency. It would have been an easier but less appropriate approach to just identify a number in terms of revenue that we needed to raise and then identify sources to provide that revenue. That was not the approach we took. We took a more challenging path. And the governor early on said to his team he did not want to propose just revenue. He wanted to propose tax reform, fundamental reform, addressing some of the key issues that you all are very aware of because we've all sat in these hearings for years hearing about some of the challenges in our tax system. The vice chair spoke to some of them in his remarks with the governor. We have a tax system that charges a higher percentage of a person's income in taxes for middle-class Marylanders than for the wealthiest Marylanders. We don't think that's fair. We believe we need to fix that. We have a tax system that is enormously complex and difficult for the public to understand and difficult for people to interact with, and we believe in simplifying it. And this is why we've proposed some challenging concepts. The combination of our estate and inheritance taxes into a single tax, the proposal to eliminate itemized deductions as 11 other states do, but to double the standard deduction to bring us more closely in line with our neighboring states, which has the effect ultimately of delivering that 60%, the tax cut to 60% of Marylanders. So we've tried to create a tax reform plan that leads with values, the values that I know all of us share, and I think we've accomplished that. We look forward to continuing to discuss that with you over the next few weeks and to working together to produce a final budget that continues to live up to those values. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you. Are there questions for this panel? Senator Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Secretary, and thank you, Eric. Great to see you again today. Couple quick questions. One, let me make a comment regarding the amendments that came about to help to make our register wills whole. You know, the inadvertent challenges for them with the estate tax and inheritance tax for their offices. I like to say this publicly just in case some folks don't know. I represent 3 counties, so I got calls from like 3 register wills offices. So I thank you for making that adjustment and working with us in that regard. Secondly, you know, when we talk about the taxes, if we look at the changes in the tax code, understanding broadly what it does for the state of Maryland, it does pose 2 of my counties a challenge for 2 of my counties, Prince George's and Charles County. So I certainly would like to have further conversations about that. We mentioned that to the governor before. Because we have a lot of explaining to do as we're looking at our budget process. And it stands out pretty clearly out of the 24 jurisdictions, we get hit there. Lastly, the changes or the proposed changes to our education system, I appreciate, and I want to say these things publicly as well, that I appreciate our working toward coming to some sort of resolution regarding the impacts through community schools, wraparound services in particular, in addition to that, but those wraparound services, trying to find out exactly what that means during this pause. and as well as English as a second language. Prince George's has the largest bastion of those folks. So I look forward to the continued conversation, but I wanted to also make sure that, for our constituencies and for our colleagues that conversations have been welcomed, and that's a good thing as we work our way through this. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Quirman.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, guys. I'm just kind of second bite of the apple when we were talking to the governor earlier. We talk about reforming things and we talk about the transportation trust fund as I continue to look through this here, and I apologize because it may be in here, maybe I missed it.
That's okay.
Are there any reductions or proposed suggestions being made in the transportation trust fund to reduce some of the transit spending to be put back into state highway for bridge roads, things of that nature? Have we made any suggestions of that? Because I guess my concern is, as we talk about the current climate at the federal level, I think the reality of some of these matches for these mass transit projects, particularly the red line that we were hopeful for, are probably not going to happen. And so is there a way to make that shift, or any recommendations you may have or thinking about to put more money back into bridge roads and highways as opposed to the mass transit that we originally had proposed?
Do you want to go or you want me to?
I'm happy to.
You can go, either way. I think we both have thoughts to share.
Yeah, I mean, Senator, I would say, first of all, it is important for us to invest in both transit and roads. Right? And the governor explicitly called that out in his remarks. It's not just that we need to make I-81 and US 15 safer, it's also that we need to make Baltimore light rail safer, right? The idea that a light rail car literally caught on fire last year with passengers in it is a fundamental problem. So we're proud of the investments that we've made, both in improving our road network and safety in our road network, and improving our transit system and safety in our transit system. The potential for long-term changes in federal transportation investment is largely in out-year projects, where those adjustments would likely happen in the next CTP. I think the governor's point, and I think you can talk to folks, everything from the business community to bicyclists, would argue that our TTF has experienced historic underfunding issues writ large, and that's the problem we're trying to solve. And obviously, we're open to the conversation, and I know MDOT's here, and they're open to the conversation about exact allocations and exactly how we do that. But I think where we can agree is that it is fundamentally important, both for the safety of our families and for our economy, that we find adequate ways to fund the system for all Marylanders in all regions of Maryland.
No, and I don't disagree, and I want to be clear that I'm not proposing that we don't address the situation on light rail, because that was a horrific situation. I think it goes back to, and I think we all are in agreement here, of finding a way to fund transit different than we already do without impacting the current impact we're having on other parts of the transportation plan. So look forward to continuing to work with you on that.
Okay, other questions? Thank you all very much.
Oh, wow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So if I'm reading the sheets right here, the next panel would be Paul Lemley. Is that accurate?
And Miles Trinidad.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, chairs and members of the committees. My name's Paul Lemley. I'm a National Board Certified Social Studies teacher serving as president of the Maryland State Education Association, representing 75,000 of the most dedicated, determined humans living and working in every district in Maryland. MSDA strongly supports the governor's tax reform plan. If you were in my government class, first of all, you're having flashbacks right now, I'd ask on day one what a government is and what it does. The definition that I would want you to wrestle with is government's the institution we've created to do the things that we can really only do together, like roads and schools and defense. You've heard me testify, I'm sure, about funding our public schools, and you've heard me testify that we should not balance the budget on the backs of students who need the most support. There are many proposals, of course, that would generate revenue, and MSDA believes the governor's plan is the right one. Governor Moore's plan invites the wealthiest individuals and largest corporations to contribute their fair share, as it reduces taxes for working people like educators and the families with kids in our public schools. In the economics portion of this course, we would learn that it's not the economy or the schools. Investing in our students, our future workforce, will grow our economy. Good research shows us that public education dollars have a double return on investment. Each dollar returns 2 in the form of future earnings and lower poverty rates. Pre-K dollar returns 7 to 10. Finally, we tend to think of politics as us versus them. If they would just get out of the way, we could solve it. There is no them here. This is us doing the thing that we can only do together, funding our future plans. I urge you to pass the governor's tax reform plan in the BRFA. Thank you.
Mr. Chair and Mr. Vice Chair, thank you again for the opportunity today to testify. My name is Miles Trinidad, and I'm a state analyst with the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy, which is a nonprofit, nonpartisan research organization, and we specialize in state and local and federal tax policy issues. And today, I'm testifying in support of Maryland Governor Wes Moore's tax reform plan, which makes the tax system fairer, simpler, and better able to meet the state's needs. When people are asked to think of a fair tax code, most people want to point to a tax code where the wealthiest are asked to pay a lower share of their income than those low and middle income households. Yet, this is currently the case in Maryland. According to my organization's Who Pays report, the top 1% of Marylanders who earn an annual income of $1.2 million pay less taxes as a share of income than firefighters, teachers, and factory workers. And our analysis of the governor's plan of the income tax finds that it asks more of those at the top and provides an average tax cut for those earning less. More than 3/4 of the revenue would come from the wealthiest 20% of households, and nearly 65% of households would see a tax cut, and those would be the low and middle income households. A key feature of this proposal that improves tax equity in the state is the elimination of itemized deductions. These deductions are regressive, and these policies often lead to larger benefits to higher income taxpayers and little, if any, benefits to low and middle income taxpayers. In contrast to that, improvements to the standard deduction provide a boost to a vast majority of the state residents. Although there are opportunities to make it even more progressive and capable of raising more revenue, this proposal is well designed and will do a lot to improve the progressivity of the state system, ensure the richest in the state are paying their fair share, and allow the state to make smaller budget cuts than would otherwise be needed. Wealth and income inequality in this country are at historic highs, and tax policy can be a critical tool to make our economy work better for all of us, and not just the wealthy and the well-connected. Thank you again for your time and consideration, and I look forward to answering any of your questions.
Thank you. Questions for this panel? Thank you very much. And Mr. Lemley, having been in your class, it's always illuminating.
Good to see you.
All right, we have the Department of Legislative Services coming forth to give their perspective on the BRFA.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a document we'll go through quickly that just highlights proposed changes to the governor's proposed BRFA items that we're recommending, as well as some additional ideas for both budget cuts and revenue options to sort of expand your menu of choices as you try to solve this challenging budget. Tanya Zimmerman's going to start off.
So the first 12 pages of the document summarize the provisions of the BRFA as they were introduced, as well as areas where DLS has made recommendations related to those provisions. I'm only going to highlight the areas where DLS has made recommendations on those. Starting on page 2, towards the bottom of that page, the first recommendation relates to the continuing the core partnership fund, which authorizes the governor to use GO bond funds instead of just general funds to support that program. And DLS is recommending deleting the funds in the budget since they're supported with the bonds. The next two items at the bottom of page 2 and the top of page 3 relate to two items, two mandates within the Department of Labor, where they're recommending to be reduced in both fiscal 2025 and 2026. The provisions as introduced change the mandates beginning in 6, and to effectuate the 25 reductions, we recommended modifying those as technical corrections. On the bottom of page 3, and then continuing on to the top of page 4, there are 3 provisions where the provision is making some modifications, and we're recommending taking reductions directly in the budget. For 2 of those, they're larger reductions than are contingent on the provision, and that relates to the expedited project to delete all the funds due to timing for kind of implementing the program. And then the other is in the State Arts Council to level fund that with fiscal 2025. Moving ahead to page 6, the next area that DLS has a recommendation on relates to the first item under the transportation revenues, and this relates to the provision for the Motor Vehicle Administration cost recovery. The provision is introduced, increases their cost recovery up to 115%. They're not currently meeting the statutory level of 95%, and so DLS is recommending rejecting the increase and instead modifying the existing statute so that they don't have to reduce the revenue until the second year from which they've exceeded the cost recovery instead of the first time, and also amend the statute to require MDOT to include in their financial forecast information on the cost recovery. On page 7, the bottom of page 7 lists a number of the transfers that are proposed in the BRFA as introduced. DLS is making recommendations to increase the amount of transfers for 3 of those. The first is the alternative compliance payments in the Strategic Energy Investment Fund. As introduced, it's $150 million. DLS is recommending $180 million. The second is the Resilient Maryland Revolving Loan Fund, which is, as proposed, is $9 million, and DLS is recommending $12 million. And on page 8, the Maternal and Child Health Population Improvement Fund, which is a proposed $10 million transfer. DLS recommended $14.1 million, which is the expected amount remaining at the end of the current authorization to use the funds. On page 8, under the use of special funds, DLS is recommending a technical amendment to the language on the consumer protection law enforcement just to closer align with the provision as introduced. On page 9, the second bullet on there relates to the Chesapeake and Atlantic Coastal Base 2010 Trust Fund. As introduced, it expands the allowable uses of the funds to support up to $10.5 million of the Department of Natural Resources operating expenses in the annual budget bill. DLS is recommending modifying that provision to not place a limit on the amount that could be used for those expenses through fiscal 2029. On the bottom of that page, there's a provision that authorizes the transfer of about $4 million of balances from various health occupation boards to support the Behavioral Health Administration for provider reimbursements. DLS is recommending amending the provision to increase the proposed transfer by a total of $6.1 million to transfer $10.1 million and alter the boards from which the balances would be transferred from. And making some modifications to language related to those. On page 10, under the cost sharing, the second bullet relates to the reduction in the state share of the annual employer pension contributions for the teacher retirement system. As introduced, it would reduce the state share by $97.7 million, which is 50% of the fiscal 2026 increase, and DLS is recommending shifting 100% of that increase from fiscal 2026 and making modifications to language related to that. Page 11, the bottom of page 11, the last bullet there is related to the administrative fees for unemployment insurance. The BRFA as introduced establishes an administrative fee to support the costs of the unemployment insurance program that begins January 1st, 2026. The budget assumes $33 million of special fund appropriation related to that, and DLS is just recommending making that contingent on the provision establishing it. On page 12, the provision at the top relates to the establishment of a special fund. There are a couple of technical corrections related to that to clarify the program's name and the agency that it relates to. The third bullet there is related to across-the-board reductions. It would permanently eliminate the requirement that the governor specify how across-the-board reductions would be achieved and allocate those by agency, and DLS is recommending that occur only for fiscal 2026. The last two related to provisions as introduced relate to the Transportation Trust Fund forecast related to their operating expenses and budgetary transfers within the Department of Health, and DLS is recommending rejecting those provisions. Beginning on page 13, these are new DLS recommendations, or their DLS recommendations for new provisions in the BRFA. The first relates to reducing the required distribution from the state lottery fund to the major sports and events entertainment program fund from the amount that's needed to bring the fund balance to $10 million to the amount that's needed to bring the fund balance to $5 million. The second relates to eliminating the Selinger formula for the aid to non-public institutions and instead establishing a grant program that would be provided based on financial need of the institutions and requiring about $36.7 million annually for that grant program. The third reduces the amount that would be required to be provided for the Community College Promise Scholarship Program from $15 million to $10 million based on recent spending patterns. The next two are cost containment related items. The Interagency Rates Committee sets rates for kind of group home providers for foster care and juvenile services placements. This would prohibit them from increasing the rates for providers over the rates that were in effect on January 1st, 2025. The second limits the expansion of the Tier 2 pre-kindergarten eligibility through fiscal 2030, staying at the 2026 level of 360%, and reduces the per pupil funding increase that was planned for fiscal 2027. The next set of items relate to revenue, and I'm going to turn it over to David for those.
Yeah, so the second to last bullet on page 13, the purse dedication account gets 6% of the revenue from the video lottery terminal revenues. We're suggesting you reduce that to 5%, send the money to the general fund for a couple of years, and then to the blueprint fund after that. The film production activity tax credit in current law, it's a 20 million maximum credits in fiscal 26. Current law drops it to 12 million starting in fiscal 27. We're suggesting you accelerate that by 1 year and drop it to 12 million for 2026. On page 14, we suggest getting rid of some things in the tax code. One is repealing the tax-free period for back-to-school shopping. That would generate about $7 million for the state. Repealing the sales tax exemption for certain coins and bullion sales, which would generate about $4 million. Repealing the income tax exemption for seniors, which would generate about $30 million. You would still have a tax credit for seniors that provides a $300 million benefit to seniors. For transfer tax, we're proposing a new higher rate on high-value properties, that being defined as $1 million for residential sales and $10 million for commercial. Have a tax of 1% instead of the 0.5%. That would generate about $40 million in fiscal 26 and affect about 3% of residential properties and sales and 6% of commercial based on 24's experience. You had a snack food sales tax back in the 1990s, suggesting you might want to bring that back, would generate about $29 million. So there are a few places in the code where we send lottery revenues, not through the budget, but just divert lottery revenues to certain purposes. One of these is the Maryland Humanities Council. They get $150,000. We're questioning whether that's such a priority that it should get the money off the top rather than going through the budget process. And the final revenue option relates to our current transfer tax revenues. What we're proposing is to suspend for 4 years new appropriations for land purchases at the state level. That would be 26 through 29. And for local program open space, reducing the amount by half for those 4 years. Altogether, that would generate about $48 million of general fund revenue for fiscal 26, growing to $116 million by fiscal 29. So it gives you sort of a temporary structural revenue to help with the budget challenge. I'm going to turn it back to Tanya for the last few recommendations.
On the bottom of page 14, there are 3 additional transfers of fund balances to the general fund that DLS is recommending. The first is $47 million from the University System of Maryland state-supported fund balances. That's about 10%. The next is $30 million from the administration account of the Strategic Energy Investment Fund. That would leave them a balance of about $30 million at the end of fiscal 2026. And the last one is $20 million from the Land Records Improvement Fund, which would leave about a $30 million balance at the end of fiscal 2026. At the bottom of the page that begin this is some items related to use of special funds. The first reduces the statutory distribution of lottery revenues to the Montgomery County Bus Rapid Transit by $10 million and restoring the grant through $10 million from the Transportation Trust Fund. The next is to authorize the appropriation from the Clean Water Commerce account to be used to support operating expenses of the Water and Science Administration in MDE in fiscal 2026 only, just a 1-year pause due to the kind of timing of where they are in their distribution processes. The next item relates to the Senior Prescription Drug Assistance Program. There's about $3.1 million in the statewide expense account that is available to support depositing of funds into health reimbursement accounts of certain retirees. The authorization to use these funds for that purpose was limited to fiscal 2025 only in the BRFA last year, and so this would expand that to allow those funds to be used in fiscal 2026. The next would authorize the use of funds received from litigation related to the Cigarette Restitution Fund to support Medicaid expenses in fiscal 2026 only. Under current law, they're limited to the use for the HBCU settlement. The next item relates to cost sharing, which would require the local governments to be responsible for 50% of payments owed to individuals for any new erroneous conviction settlement that's entered into beginning in fiscal 2026. And the final item is not a BRFA proposal, but is a proposal to increase the state property tax rate by 1 cent per $100 of assessable base, which would reduce general fund expenditures by $95 million in fiscal 2026. And that concludes our presentation, and we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for our analysts? Senator Zucker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Department of Legislative Services. I know these are just recommendations. Nothing's happened yet with this. I know you guys are just making recommendations, and I know for you're diligently going through everything, and for that Montgomery County Bus Rapid Transit, I know that this was something that was, I guess, a deal that had been worked out before in terms of a commitment. So I know from the Montgomery County piece, we're going to want to keep that consistent, but certainly appreciate any and all outside the box thinking you could provide. So thank you for your leadership. Thank you for all the great work that Department of Legislative Services provides.
Okay. I don't see anyone else, so thank you very much. All right, we're going to open the public witnesses now. And I called them off before. I'm going to start with health DDA related, higher ed scholarships, an other section, sports wagering, and table games. So on DD, Karen Bowers, Amanda Moraes, Liz Zogby, Karen Smith, Lisa Shames. Are any of you people here? Come on up. Jen Drucker, Philip Tito, Adam Wilhelm, Ruth Langston, Marla Holliner, Dinah Levitt. So if you're here, either you can be up at the desk or come up closer to tee up. Just want to let everybody know in regard to DD, obviously this is something that probably most of you know. This committee is very cognizant of the issues surrounding it. And we have been working very diligently along with the House Appropriations Committee. Matter of fact, we had a very productive meeting this morning. The subcommittee chair, Corey McCray from our side, and then subcommittee and the chair of appropriations. We know we've got work to do. We're going to really, we're putting our heads together on this to really make a difference on this. Knowing that, we're happy to hear from you, but we are making significant progress. So whoever wants to begin.
You want to start at that end?
Good afternoon, dear Chairman and committee members. My name is Ruth Langston, and my son Desmond Langston self-directs his services. The day-to-day administrator is a cornerstone to ensure that my son's life continues taken care of when I am no longer able to provide the services I am now. His behavior issues required that my son no longer live with me. The last 3 years, he has been living in a separate home on our same property. He receives 24/7 supports from long-term dedicated staff and a provider agency. Early on, it was obvious that the supports to maintain the separate home was quite a substantial effort, especially when it comes to ensuring that all necessary supports are in place and functioning smoothly. An administrative position was created with a blend of multifaceted roles. This position is classified by DDA as IFDGS, but it is essentially an administrative job that's crucial for maintaining his supports. It requires acting as a liaison with several agencies, maintaining health-related assessments and appointments, which require 2-to-1 staffing, locating and securing community activities, monitoring health supplies and equipment, all aspects that relate to his home care. These tasks my son is unable to manage by himself. Additionally, over the past year, my son has been denied access to programming portion of his rate, which he has had for years, to attend community activities at the Baltimore Therapeutic Recreation Center. I hesitate to send his bank statements due to privacy concerns, which he does not have the independent funds to pay for his services. I am confused why now needs to provide such information to access a portion of the rate for his services when he never did in the past. Capping IFDGS at $5,000 will eliminate this position for his services, threatening my son's success with DDA support services. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Karen Bowers. I live in Hagerstown, and my daughter is Jennifer. She's 34 years old. She's been self-directing for almost 13 years. But I have to say, in all those years, I've never been as frightened about her program as I am this year, for good reason. I asked her if she wanted to come today, and she waved me away, which means no. And I think the reason is probably because Fridays are her favorite day to go out and do things. For example, to go to music class, and to go to the Boonesboro Library with one of her favorite staff. I'm concerned about the cap proposal on goods and services. If the cap is left in place, this will all go away. Jennifer has also a complicated behavior plan. The behaviorist recommended certain types of community activities, and these are funded through goods and services again, which is her budget, just unallocated budget items that the DDA awarded to her. Again, if the cap remains in place, the $5,000 cap, this all goes away, and the opportunities for progress with her behaviors go away. But to me, the most important item of concern is something that hasn't been mentioned much by the DDA leadership, and that is this day-to-day administrator role for an employee. It has such great promise. It came about as a result of the Self-Direction Act of 2022, and we are implementing it now. When I was here last year for this hearing, we were just beginning to implement it, and we're concerned it wouldn't be, but we have implemented it, and it's going so wonderfully. It really holds promise for older parents like myself who worry about what will happen when we're no longer in the picture. So if, again, goods and services is capped, my daughter will become a nursing home candidate. So thank you for your time and all your work. Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of Budget and Tax. My name is Liz Ogby from the Maryland Down Syndrome Advocacy Coalition, a coalition of organizations, individuals with Down syndrome, and family members. MDAC believes that there are 3 provisions in HB 352 that will negatively impact our community. First, MDAC is concerned by the proposed elimination of the Low-Intensity Support Services Program, but we're gratified to hear that this repeal is being reconsidered. These $2,000 grants are a lifeline for families. Many of our families with minor children don't receive any DDA services and don't qualify for Medicaid. Yet our families face significant additional expenses and often have less income because of needed flexibility at work to keep up with the intensive therapy, medical appointments, and challenges of finding and keeping childcare. Our families use list funds for medical supplies, assistive technology for communication, fences or door alarms to prevent elopement, and summer camp that provide our kids with support they need to participate well away from structured school routines. Second, with respect to allowing the DDA to set a limit for IFDGS for those who self-direct, the limit for every individual is their budget, which is based on a person-centered plan approved by DDA. The breakdown of communication and trust between DDA and participants appears to be at the heart of this issue, not inappropriate expenditures. Finally, MDAC is concerned about the proposed 70% cut to funding for school-based behavioral health services, which will negatively impact particularly students with disabilities. The common thread in our concerns is that the weight of these cuts will ultimately fall on disabled people, and their families will be left trying to fill the breach left by our state in retreat from promises made to this community. We've heard today about values and principles. A budget is a moral document. If we are to invest in our people, let's invest in people with developmental disabilities and their families and school kids and direct support professionals and teachers. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for your time today, and thank you for your commitment to all that you're doing. I know this is an extremely challenging year, and I had a little speech that I was going to read, and I've changed my mind after listening to Governor Moore and after listening to Senator Jennings. And I just want to say that we are one of the groups that said we'll give money back. Just let us know how. We'll do it. We don't want to take more than our share of what's deserved. It's hard enough being a parent of a child with a disability and doing it for 10 or 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 years. So what we want is we want budget authority and we want employer authority, which is what the cornerstone of self-direction is. And we need to work with DDA and have a mechanism where once the budget's approved, we can say, we'll give back 5%, 10%, 20%. We'll give back what you need to the state, but let us take care of our children. We're doing this gratuitously so much. So many hours we are, and you're going to end up with children and adults hospitalized and frankly dead if we don't do something to change this. So I implore you to learn about self-direction. It saves the state money, and you have families here that are educated and willing to work with you. And I'm going to leave you with 2 things. One, Governor Moore said, invest in our people. Please make that including people with disabilities. And number 2, I'm going to give you a quote from Helen Keller, who's was disabled. Alone, we can do so little. Together, we can do so much. So please let us do this together. Thank you. Amen.
Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Morales, and I'm a licensed social worker and a board member of the Down Syndrome Association of Maryland. Miles, Marcel, Farsan, Ace, These are just some of the children with autism who have drowned in the state of Maryland since July of 2024. Individuals with developmental disabilities are over 150 times more likely to die of drowning than their same-age peers, making drowning the #1 cause of death in this population. My daughter Liliana has a dual diagnosis of mosaic Down syndrome and autism spectrum disorder. She currently uses LASS funds to take swim lessons in order to keep her safe. Last year, those funds went towards building a fence so she couldn't elope and fall victim to the water that surrounds our home on the Mayo Peninsula. LASS funds do a great many things for our community beyond the disability community, but the community as a whole. But for a lot of you, it's just waste or another line item in a budget that can be cut. And I get it. So let me explain how this is a cost savings instead of an expense. What is the cost to the taxpayers when a child goes missing? What is the cost for our first responders in man-hours, salary, fuel expenses? What is the cost to our economy when parents must take time off to bury their child? What is the cost of grief counseling? And while you may say most people would pay for swim lessons for their child, why should the state pay for children with developmental disabilities? It's taken over a year for my child to be able to swim independently 5 feet. That's on top of the $150 a week in copays for therapies for her to exist in a world that has no consideration for her. We are drowning in the cost of medication, adaptive equipment, income loss due to time off for doctor's appointments, and having to advocate for their lives at every turn. Disability services funding helps middle-class families keep their heads above water in a world that doesn't think about them at all. But I'm here today to say Liliana's name and to remind you of the countless other voices who will not be heard in this chamber today. I hope you, their elected officials, can find it within yourselves to afford families the dignity of providing reasonable assistance into raising our children into adulthood.
Questions for this panel? Thank you all very much, and thank you. We appreciate you sharing your story. I can say that I don't think there's a single person on this committee who thinks of this as a line item. We know a lot more about it. We care a lot more about it than you might think.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Chair. for that.
Carol Custer, Thomas Lalote, Greg Snyder, Richard Colm. I think I've called everybody who signed up for DD. And so if you haven't, you can still come forward and we'll make sure that we hear from all of you. Whoever would like to begin.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Rich Combe. My daughter Kate, who is deaf-blind, gets DDA waiver services in the self-directed or SD model. She was in the traditional model but had to switch to SD because of neglect related to staffing issues. Her day program in traditional was a key area of neglect. Kate's going out into the community often meant warehousing in an agency day center space with too many participants and no meaningful activities. Under SD, Kate is active in her home community due to use of IFDGS. This funds truly adaptive activities and a day-to-day administrator function to schedule and manage, a position that is also crucial to long-term sustainability for aging parents. These allow meaningful activities that keep her healthy and safe. That's why we oppose the cap on IFDGS. The SD cuts for FY26 overall are harmful and disproportionate. The IFDGS cap applies only to SD and is 4% of total SD budgets, while total cuts show a reduction of 30% in SD and only 6% in the $3.5 billion traditional program. News about DDA includes stories of a staggering shortfall of $350 million from billing issues in traditional. We believe DDA's new restrictions on current SD spending and deep cuts in the FY26 SD budget deflect attention from this shortfall. They imply that growth in SD budgets is a major contributor to DDA budget problems, and this is just a misrepresentation. Rule changes and budget restrictions are already doing great harm to self-direction this year and will do little to solve budget problems. Please reject the IFDGS cap as part of cuts of 30% from the smaller, lower-cost SD model. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Adam Wyndham, and I'm here today as a parent advocate for individuals like my daughter, Emily, who have intellectual and developmental disabilities. I am deeply concerned, not just about this proposal, but all the relentless attempts by the Maryland Department of Health to cut funding from people with severe disabilities. These cuts unfairly target families like mine, families already barely holding on, and they will cause irreparable harm if allowed to move forward. I'm tired of fighting. I've been fighting for 7 years against healthcare systems, school systems, and state systems. I live every day in fight or flight mode, battling to get my daughter what she needs to thrive. No parent should have to live like this. MDH is back here for the second year in a row trying to cap individual and family-directed goods and services, or IFDGS, after this legislator already rejected this proposal last year. Yet here we are again, forced to fight the same battle. MDH should not be allowed to keep coming back, chipping away at services that support the most vulnerable among us. Honestly, I don't even understand why MDH is focused on IFDGS. It's already designed to be as difficult as possible to access. For years, I never even used this service because this process is so confusing and time-consuming. In the past, I've been told I needed to get a doctor's order and 3 estimates just to get a toothbrush, even though toothbrushes are listed as a specific example of approved items in the policy. That's not oversight. That's designed to discourage families from even trying. When I finally used IFDGS this past year, I faced pushback and attempts to shuffle me off on another state program that didn't even apply to my daughter's needs. These are the kinds of obstacles families like mine face every single day. Our lives are already complicated enough. The system should be working for us, not against us. It's 2025. With all the resources and knowledge in the world, families like mine shouldn't have to fight for every service, every piece of medical equipment, every shred of support. It should all simply work much better than it does. Maryland should be leading the way in supporting individuals with disabilities, not turning its back on them. I urge you, reject this proposal. Stop letting MDH try to balance the budget on the backs of the most vulnerable citizens in the state. As the governor said yesterday, lead with our values. What do these targeted, disproportionate cuts say about our values? Thank you for your work on this.
Thank you, Chairperson, honorable committee members. My name is Marla Hollander, and I'm a resident of 20-year-old son Ben self-directs his waiver. I'm terrified for his future. Professionally, I serve as project director of the Sustainability Planning Project. It's a project supported by SDAN and a grant-funded research project that explores sustainability planning pathways for people with DDD. IFDGS are a crucial component of the self-directed budget. Nearly 20% of waiver participants self-direct. IFDGS are simply dollars that support programming and coordination and are on par with dollars that traditional providers receive for administering community programming. The $5,000 cap would have 3 negative consequences. It would undermine a participant's ability to determine how they live by limiting access to their program options and their budget authority, eliminate the ability to have support for program and household coordination, and prohibit participants from hiring a day-to-day administrator, a role that was explicitly established by the Maryland Self-Direction Act of 2022. As such, the proposed cap does not follow law. Maryland's forward-thinking move to pass the Self-Direction Act formalized the role of the day-to-day administrator and was seen as innovative and leading the nation on sustainability solutions. These cost containment practices would threaten that forward movement and the investment the state has made. The number of adults 60 plus with DD is expected to double by 2030, coinciding with the aging of the boomers. Traditional providers are or soon will not be able to provide for all of them. It's crucial now more than ever that we support innovative and cost-efficient policies like the SD Act and protect IFDGS. Thank you. Look forward to working with you.
My name is Carol Custer. I'm from the Self-Directed Advocacy Network. Thank you for letting me speak today. We urge you to reject the proposed change to Section 7409 in the BRFA regarding individual and family-directed services. Let me tell you what IFDGS really is. It's not a day-to-day administrator, and it's not community expenses. Those are things in the rate. Those are items that are included in the rate for the service. CMS says IFDGS is those services. for things that they can purchase from savings from money in other places that they spend. So therefore, that would be like a dental expense or an appliance to increase independence. You cannot buy that out of the rate. Expenses, and none of these expenses increase the overall budget. They come from funds within the services allocated for the assessed needs of the individual. The same assessed needs and the same budget that they would get if they were with a traditional provider. Maryland incorrectly classifies administrative and programming costs as IFGGS. You've heard the importance of these items, but these are items, the community activity fees, the day-to-day administrator. These are items that should not be in IFGGS in the first place. But because they are, any cap on them will hurt the people in this program. And again, none of this would go over and above what their approved annual budget is for the services based on their assessed needs. Self-direction is cost-effective. Self-direction saves money. It's shown in the department's report to the Joint Chairman's report. We urge you to a cap is not needed on this service. People in self-direction rarely use all the funds that they actually received. Please, you did the right thing last year. Please do it again next year and do not remove this from the law.
Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Marie Boyle, and I'd like to take a moment to tell you about my son, Daniel. Senator Guzon, you may remember him. You met him in October of 2022. Daniel is a happy kindergartner who loves octopuses and Minnie Mouse and his baby sister Ingrid. Daniel also has a hole in his heart. He struggles with painful constipation, has poor eyesight, and is nonverbal. Daniel has Down syndrome. Having a child with a lifelong disability is both emotionally and financially draining. Like everyone else today, my family faces the rising cost of living, but we also bear the additional cost of specialized care for Daniel, excessive doctor's appointments, therapy sessions, and special equipment for everyday tasks. My family is fortunate enough that I have been primarily a stay-at-home parent. I work part-time for the federal government for the time being. I plan to return to work full-time once my youngest was in school, but as that time nears, I don't see how that's possible. I don't know how I'll manage Daniel's medical appointments and therapy appointments with work. The reality is I'm being forced to choose between taking Daniel to his appointments and being able to pay for them. Daniel and my family do not qualify for most support programs, not DDA, not Medicare. The only program that Daniel qualifies for right now is the LIST program, which, unlike other programs facing cuts, is facing the possibility of being eliminated altogether. The LIST grants have been a lifeline for us. I've applied on Daniel's behalf 7 or 8 times and have been awarded grants twice. These are just some of the ways the grant money, a total of less than $4,000 over 2 fiscal years, to help my family. Covered 1 blood test our insurance company denied our claim for, $650. Covered medical expenses not covered by our health insurance company, $652. Swimming lessons for children with disabilities, because drying is the leading cause of death among developmentally disabled children, $350. Eyeglasses, 1 pair, $406. While the grants have been a small part of the state budget, the impact on our lives has been measurable. As you consider the future of the program, remember this: the emotional impact this has on our family, like the joy of seeing what Daniel can do, just being a kid on a bike, or the peace of mind from addressing safety concerns, cannot be counted in dollars and cents. These are the real gifts of a LIST grant. This is what families like mine and children like Daniel lose if the program goes away. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions for Senator Lewis-Young?
I'm going to address my question to Ms. Custer because I believe you're on the board of self-direction, or you had been. And I know you were on the work group in 2021. So there's been a lot of debate about whether self-direction or traditional services are more cost-effective. And I think in your testimony you did say self-direction was more cost-effective. Could you explain why self-direction is a superior model from a care perspective and why you believe it's also a more cost-effective model?
All self-directed services are one-to-one. There is currently no availability within the waiver or the state funding to allow people to share a staff. So it's a one-to-one service. However, some people are given budgets based on as if they were in a provider and they would get 2 to 4. So they're being asked to provide, to hire a staff at 66% of the budget for that one staff if they were getting one-to-one at a provider. The people that work for in self-direction are trained by the families if they're there, the behavior specialists directly. It is a very close relationship between the people on the ground with those individuals who need support and the people who know them best. They are highly trained, even if they don't go through 5 generic trainings that are required by OHCQ. They're going by a very extensive person individualized training on that. They have to be experts on that person. As far as cost effective, when a provider agency provides 1 hour of services, they get the entire rate given to them at that time. That money for that 1 hour of support will never come back to the state. In self-direction, you get it a piece at a time. The first thing you get is the staff wages, and right now DDA is trying to cut staff wages down to BLS levels. People in self-direction staff make more money per hour than in some other places, but they are more highly trained, and we don't have the availability of some of the benefits that people who work for a government, an agency would have. So their wages are higher to make up for that, but they're also usually more highly trained. Then you have to ask for your transportation piece. Then you have to ask for your day-to-day administrator. Then you have to ask for your IFGGS, which includes things that are programming expenses that are truly not an IFGGS. And in the end, rarely does anyone in self-direction ever get to that $50, let's say it's $50, to that rate for the 1 hour. That's why one of my clients who's 24/7, you heard from his mother today, he got 99% of his hours of 24/7 supports for 90% of his funding. That wouldn't have happened if he'd gotten 100% of his funding from a provider, because it would have billed and received the whole thing. So he essentially gave 10% of his money back. Another one of my clients received 95% of the hours of their support for 70% of the funding. So if you look at self-direction and you see a higher utilization rate of funding, please add at least 10% to that as the utilization or the receipt of the hours of support that that their assessed needs say they needed. I hope that answers your question.
Complicated, thank you.
Thank you.
More than you
Okay. Any other questions for this panel? Thank you all very much. A little reminder, I don't think it probably applied to any of these, this grouping, but if you are here and you want to testify on multiple topics, you should, whenever you're called up, take all of them on when they come up. You can begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Today, Governor Moore prioritized 3 things, the last of which is investing in our people. And today I'm asking you to invest in my son and others with disabilities. My name is Dina Levitt, and I oppose capping access to IFDGS funds. My 29-year-old son, Uriel, has Down syndrome. Uriel is a charming man who will win you over as soon as you meet him. And let me be clear, he is as 3-dimensional a human being as you and me. He can charm the socks off of you 1 minute and then exhibit challenging behaviors the next. Uriel leads a meaningful life in his community, and self-direction allows him to do this. IFDGS helps fund his program. We are grateful for the Self-Direction Act of 2022 that opened our access to IFDGS funds already built into Uriel's budget. I wrote about this more in my written testimony. We crafted Uriel's self-directed services based on his individual needs. People with Down syndrome are prone to obesity and all the medical complications that follow, like thyroid issues, diabetes, and heart disease, to name a few. Uriel and his dad and I prioritize his health and fitness. IFDGS funds help pay for this. Uriel's an artist, creating art throughout the week at Visibility Art Lab, a supported art studio designed for adult artists with disabilities. Not only is he provided with supplies and space there to create his art, the staff there is trained to support artists with disabilities, and he is surrounded by colleagues who are also artists. Together, they create their art, submit it to juried exhibitions, sell their art just like any artist who doesn't have a disability. Being an artist is Uriel's profession and passion, and Visibility Art Lab is funded by Uriel's IFDGS funds. The loss of IFDGS funds would decimate Uriel's program. He would have staff, but little meaningful programming. I respectfully urge you to adhere to the policies established in the Self-Direction Act of 2022, protecting self-directed participants' access to their IFDGS funds without capping them. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Guzzoni and members of the committee. My name is Greg Snyder, and I'm here today testifying on behalf of the Maryland Developmental Disabilities Coalition. The DD Coalition opposes the elimination of the LIST program, supports the change to the Waiting List Equity Fund, and will provide an opinion on the IFDGS caps. First, I would like to address the proposed elimination of the Low Intensity Support Services, or the LIST program, as outlined in Section 8 on page 128 of the BRFA. The DD Coalition strongly opposes this elimination. The LIST program is a vital resource for children and adults with developmental disabilities who are not receiving other services from the Developmental Disabilities Administration. It provides up to $2,000 annually for essential services and items that enhance quality of life, promote independence, and support community integration. Eliminating this program would have an impact on nearly 2,500 people and families who rely on these funds for respite, home care, modifications, adaptive equipment, and so much more. We understand that leaders of the Budget Committee, in the General Assembly, and the Governor's Office, and DBM have worked on an amendment to remove the language from the BRFA and appreciate the acknowledgement that the statute only requires LIST services to be delivered if funds are available. Next, I would like to express our support for the proposed changes to the Waiting List Equity Fund. The BRFA eliminates a section of Health General Code to increase the way that the Waiting List Equity Fund can be used to provide services, and the DD Coalition supports this change to offset some of the proposed budget cuts. Finally, regarding the IFDGS proposed caps, it is crucial that any reinstatement of caps on these funds be reasonable and informed by data. Many people and families who self-direct rely on IFDGS for essential items and services as part of their person-centered plans. Caps that are not thoughtfully considered or communicated to stakeholders could disrupt the lives of those with intellectual and developmental disabilities and their families. In conclusion, we urge the committee to consider significant impact that these proposed changes would have on Marylanders with developmental disabilities.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to say this. I want to thank Greg Snyder for coming here. At one time, he was my chief of staff, and you can tell he knows what he's talking about. But I want to thank him and all the others that have testified already. I know it's a lot going on here, but we have a good committee here that going to do the best that they can. But I have just one question for Greg, and I think we pretty much have the answer. But knowing these things possibly that could happen, what other options do you have?
So we, to the credit of the leadership of Chair Guzzoni and Chair Barnes and Chair Shetty, we have been working very closely with both subcommittees in the House and Senate and Governor's Office and leadership to provide alternative proposals that would be less harmful to the DD community. And I know there have been ongoing meetings. I don't think I can share them at this time, but I know that with the leadership here and the leadership in the House that I have faith that we're going to come to a better solution.
Well, it's good to hear. Thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Other questions? Thank you very much. So that concludes the DDA portion. Next up, there let me remind members that there are 95 more witnesses. Bruce Bariano? Bruce Bariano here? Talk about higher ed scholarships, or actually it looks like maybe public television. Okay. Matthew Pipkin or Steve Wise. You could come up and begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the committee, good afternoon. For the record, my name is Matt Pipkin. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Multi-Housing Association. Relevant to MMHA, I want to direct you to page 35 of the BRFA, which essentially will double the annual cost for residential rental units to register of MDE's lead rental registry. This will increase the individual unit costs from $30 per year to $60 per year, which will be paid off on a 2-year basis. Additionally, the BRFA as written would increase the fee by 400% for a lead-free report to MDE. That'll be from $10 to $50. Now, I want to note that this lead rental registry fee only applies to rental properties that were built prior to 1978, which, as you may expect, generally comprise much of Maryland's naturally occurring affordable housing. So, by a result, you're essentially raising fees on what is remaining of Maryland's naturally occurring affordable housing in the state. We always want to be good stewards. My membership is very passionate and strong on, when it comes to lead paint and the dangers associated with lead paint. But I do want to say, based on separate information that was provided by MDE, I want to tell you that MDE identified with lead hazards in 2021, only 22% were from rental units, 43 were owner occupied. But yet we end up supplementing the rest of the program, which again, it's a vital public program, but the source of funding should not come on the backs of affordable housing, and which DLS estimates is only 20,000 rental units. That number is only going to decline. Yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Senator?
I have a question. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry about that. So you have a solution? You mentioned that that would be on the backs of the folk. What's the solution?
I mean, it is a general health.
People cannot live in those circumstances, so what's the solution?
Oh, I mean, I have no problem with the fee existing. We have no problem with paying for our own share of the problem. We totally understand that. What I want to say is that this is a public health matter, and it should be paid for by the general funds. I'm happy to come to the table with anybody if they want to collaborate on different ideas on how we get there. But again, I mean, lead paint exposure. This program, deals with lead paint exposure with schools, with owner-occupied.
I got you. I just wanted to hear your solution is that it should be out of the general funds.
That is
Happy
correct.
to be a part of it.
That's correct.
I didn't hear that the first time, so I appreciate that.
Yeah,
thank you.
Absolutely.
Cool. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Steve Wise, I do not see. All right. What's that? The virtual? Okay. Virtually, we're on to sports wagering and table games. And this is Michelle McGregor, Sports Betting Alliance.
Great. Hi, Chair Gazone and members of the committee. My name is Michelle McGregor, and I'm here today testifying on behalf of the Sports Betting Alliance, a trade association for online gaming operators that include BetMGM, DraftKings, Fanatic, and FanDuel. I appear before you today to urge you to reject the proposed 100% tax increase on sports wagering. Maryland's existing tax on the industry is already above the nationwide median rate. Doubling our tax obligation will place Maryland among the top 4 highest sports betting tax states in the country. Our written submission provides details on the harmful and misguided burden of this tax, but in the interest of time, I'll focus on the top lines. 1, sports wagering is one of the more nascent industries in Maryland. In its short lifespan, legal licensed operators have invested in relationships with local retail casinos and MBEs, generated jobs through the creation of retail sports books, and worked with philanthropic organizations. Doubling the tax rate on operators who are in an early and promising growth phase and subject to strict state compliance standards is both harmful to a young market with extremely low margins, but most importantly, it serves as a subsidy to platforms that operate illegally within these borders and contribute nothing to taxes to the state of Maryland. Indeed, the ability for illegal operators to thrive in Maryland is in large part due to the absence of a legalized iGaming market, but coupled with a punitive tax increase on the legal market will be exactly what these unlawful operators need to bolster their position within the broader online gaming entertainment space. The direct impact of this will undermine the state's regulatory efforts to work with licensed operators to promote responsible gaming and know your customer protections, all while creating a space for platforms that target minors and lack any safeguards and regulatory constraints. I recognize the budget challenges facing Maryland, but doubling the sports betting tax will not get policymakers close to solving the state's revenue gaps, but it will harm consumers and this industry at a crucial point in their growth phase. So thank you for your time and happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Questions for the witness? Okay. No questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. In public safety now, we have Beth Ann Dorman. Welcome.
Thank you. Good to see you. Chair Gazone and members of the committee, it's really great to be here. I am here today as the president and CEO of For All Seasons, the Mental Health and Rape Crisis Center serving the 5 counties of the Midshore. But my presentation today is on behalf of my role as the chair of the board of directors for the Maryland Coalition Against Sexual Assault, and I'm testifying today on behalf of Lisa Jordan, our executive director. I want to thank you for allowing me to talk with you today. MCASA represents Maryland's 17 rape crisis centers with a mission to prevent sexual assault, advocate for accessible and compassionate care for survivors, and hold offenders accountable. This is a really difficult time in Maryland for our network of rape crisis centers. Demand for services is rising, workforce pressures continue, and inflation and increased costs are perpetually on the rise. Adding to this, the crisis that is unprecedented uncertainty from our federal government. At least $6.5 million in core funding for sexual assault and domestic violence services is at risk. The Federal Office of Violence Against Women, for example, has taken down all grant applications, including those that the state of Maryland would apply for, and passed down to rape crisis centers as subrecipients. This is not a time for Maryland to be cutting the safety net for survivors. Maryland's Victim Services Stabilization Act, enacted in 2023, was designed to protect against the harmful influxion of VOCA funding. Because it was clear then, and it is now, that funding cuts harm victims who should not and cannot bear the burden of political uncertainty. And yet our funding continues to remain at risk, and not just at the federal level. The proposed BRFA provisions would slash victim services funding by $10 million in FY26 and in the future. The reduction could be even lower since the BRFA proposes requiring a flat $35 million instead of backfilling to its $60 million. We're talking about funding that is taking care of human lives. The proposed BRFA also weakens the Maryland's Rape Kit Testing Fund, shifting $5.78 million away from a backlog of untested rape kits that remains in our state. Survivors deserve justice, and the funding must continue until every kit is tested. These cuts will harm our survivors of rape, child sexual abuse, and other forms of violence. I am asking you to please keep our funding steady. Chair Gazone, you were absolutely fabulous for us in supporting the Victims Services Stabilization Act. I am asking this committee to please take care of our people. Governor Moore said it earlier. We're talking about human lives, and we're talking about humans who have encountered some of our most egregious crimes. Please do not cut this funding. I'm happy to take questions.
Questions? The witness. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we don't have that Okay. We're going to move on to the K through 12 education lineup.
Mr. Chair, Kurt Wolfgang, Maryland Crime Victims Resource.
You were
Center.
supposed to be on virtual.
I was supposed to be. I'm sorry. I didn't follow.
We'll take you in person.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it. I have been testifying in Annapolis now for 43 years on behalf of crime victims. I am the executive director of the organization. We are probably the largest, I think we are the largest recipient of VOCA funds in the state of Maryland. And we are on par to serve and dry the tears and help more than 1,200 crime victims this year. We have recently started a program that allows us to provide the only services that we are aware of that are available that are comprehensive mental health services for crime victims. And I got word last night that we have in that relatively new program over 290 people who have been referred, and most are receiving services. Very proud to say many of them are child sexual abuse victims who have come forward because of the clergy abuse and things of that nature. The point of all this, and I'm very sympathetic to hearing what the others have said, and I'm sympathetic to you and your position. There has to be some sort of better prioritization of these things. What we are dealing with are not nice to have things. There must be nice to have things that can be cut out of the budget. What we're dealing with are critical things, things that will dramatically affect people's lives if they are not funded. I've really faced two issues in my organization. The first one is the first thing to go is going to be our new highly successful mental health program, where these victims have no other alternative to get mental health services. And the second problem that I have is that the reason that I would cut the mental health services first, the minute that we start cutting our employees, laying off employees, we have a very highly skilled group of employees who are going to start looking for jobs elsewhere. And it will have a dramatic effect, not just on my organization, but throughout all of the victims' organizations. I have provided written testimony as well. I know you all have a lot to read, but these are important issues, and I appreciate it.
They're very important, very important. We know.
Thank you, sir.
And that we are working very diligently, specifically on this particular item.
I'm sure you are. I don't envy your position.
Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to the education lineup, as I mentioned before. Cindy Sexton, Sam Zwirling, Terry Kavanaugh, Sandra Smith, Mike Johansson, Victoria Venable, possibly, and maybe some.
Down the road.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Cindy Sexton, and I'm an elementary school librarian in Baltimore County, serving as the president of the Teachers Association of Baltimore County. I am here to speak to the shift in educator pension costs from the state to county governments. During pension reforms last decade, there was a skin in the game argument for local governments to have some financial responsibility for employee pension costs. The deal then was basically for counties to be responsible for the normal cost share of pensions, and the state would be responsible for the unfunded liability. As an employee in the system, I will remind you that all employees are paying into those pension systems as well. Since those reforms, educators generally are paying 7% of salary, so we continue to be a major contributor towards our own retirement security. I'm not here to relitigate the previous pension shift as much as I am to say that changing that deal now is wrong. The state, not the counties, creates and leads the pension and retirement system. The state, not the counties, is responsible for pension investments. The result of those investments is what yields the unfunded liability. Shifting any share of this unfunded liability is not about skin in the game. It will be a mandatory payment on local governments that will make it harder to meet other obligations, including funding local share of schools above maintenance of effort. We have seen maintenance of effort act more as a funding ceiling than a funding floor in too many districts, and a pension shift of another $93 million would further harden that ceiling. So I ask you to reject the proposed pension shift in the governor's BRFA, both for local school systems and for community college employees. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Samantha Zwirling here with the Maryland State Education Association, representing 75,000 educators across the state. You just heard from President Sexton a little bit about the pension costs, and I'll be very brief because there's so many folks here to testify on important things. But given that there is also an additional recommendation by DLS to shift the rest of the unfunded liabilities to the counties, another $97 million to the counties. We ask that if you're going to move forward in the proposal in the BRFA, please at least reject the proposal by DLS on shifting those additional costs. And with all of this, we need to make sure that counties are able to pay for their important commitments like pension costs, like K through 12. So, a big piece in the governor's bill that we like around the tax reform is that it gives some revenue options for the local governments. So we ask you to please either retain that provision or pass some of the other proposals here to raise local revenue. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Chairman Gazzoni, members of the Budget and Tax Committee, Terry Kavanaugh here on behalf of SEIU Local 500. 500 represents 23,000 workers across Maryland, including family child care providers, educational support workers in our public schools, and college professors. Our members have a role in the lives of Marylanders from cradle to career, impacting Maryland's economy and economic future every time they go to work. We urge you to fully pass Governor Moore's proposals for the revenue package as introduced in SB 321. This proposal raises much-needed revenue to fund essential services, reduces taxes on working families, and helps ensure the wealthiest individuals and large corporations contribute a fairer share. Maryland families and communities cannot afford the additional $1 billion in cuts in services that would be required if the legislature does not adopt this proposal. Passing Governor Moore's revenue package as included in SB 321 provides an essential foundation for our state's budget for the next year and into the future, and we urge the committee to adopt it. However, it is just a starting point. Adopting the Fair Share for Maryland Act as outlined in SB 859 would go a step further in preventing some of the other proposed cuts to public services and providing the state resources to help respond to harmful federal budget cuts. Governor Moore's proposal and the Fair Share of Maryland Act would also help create a more just and equitable tax system, ensuring that the wealthy corporations and individuals who are getting a break under our current system are paying a fair share in taxes. We can't grow our economy if we are cutting back on things like public education, child care, and transit services. We ask you to consider all of these factors in moving forward. Thank you.
Members of the Senate Budget and Taxation Committee, my name is Sandra Smith, Senior Director of Outpatient Services at Sheppard Pratt, the nation's largest nonprofit provider of mental health, substance use, special education, developmental disability, and social services. I appreciate the opportunity to testify on the drastic and disproportionate cuts to the Consortium on Coordinated Community Supports under the BRFA. The consortium is Maryland's first large-scale initiative to systematically improve youth mental health in schools, increasing access to services, improving outcomes, and ensuring accountability. Since its inception, the consortium has trained 754 behavioral health providers and 1,185 school staff in evidence-based interventions. hired 475 new behavioral health professionals addressing Maryland's workforce shortage, provided behavioral health services to over 58,000 students across 1,124 schools, achieved measurable improvements with 77% of students showing progress in behavioral health outcomes, funded treatment for uninsured and underinsured students to ensure equal access, established care coordination hubs to prevent children from falling through the cracks. Despite this success, the BRFA proposes cuts of 75%, while other blueprint programs face only 15% reductions. Why are mental health services disproportionately targeted? At a time of rising absenteeism, gun violence, and youth mental health crises, these cuts will shut down critical programs. Research confirms early intervention reduces juvenile justice involvement, improves graduation rates, and lowers hospital utilization, saving money long term. Mental health services are not optional. They are essential to student success. Shepherd Pratt stands ready to support the General Assembly in finding solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and hello to the whole committee. My name is Victoria Venable. I am the Government Relations Director for Frederick County Government, and I'm here today on behalf of County Executive Jessica Fitzwater. I won't repeat some of the wonderful points of the co-panelists here, but our main concerns are around those cost shifts to counties, particularly that school pension cost shift. But the county executive also wants to make clear her support for the difficult tasks that you have ahead of you to generate the revenue you need to balance this budget. I will share that much of our concern has to do with the fact that as some of my co-panelists mentioned, it will be increasingly difficult for counties to meet the commitments we have made in partnership with this body, including the blueprint promises that County Executive Fitzwater is dedicated to when we have these additional pension costs to account for. So I want to share the County Executive has consistently been funding our Frederick County Public Schools well above maintenance of effort. In her first year, $49 million above maintenance of effort. And the reason for that is because she is dedicated to the blueprint for education and our future and the success of our school system. However, just like the state, counties are facing tighter and tighter budgets as revenues plateau and building permits and such are decreasing. So as we are looking at our FY26 budget, we've been very clear with the school system that we don't expect to have the margins we have had in previous years to be able to fund significantly over maintenance of effort funding levels. But that was before we would be responsible for some of these cost shifts that are proposed in this budget Reconciliation and Financing Act, as well as the recommendations from DLS. So to put it frankly, it would be very difficult for school systems like Frederick County government to fund school systems like FCPS above maintenance of effort with these cost shifts. So with that, I respectfully request that you look at other options there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Mike Johansson from the Rifkin firm. Under the chairman's more than one topic rule, this may be a little bit confusing, but I'm here on behalf of Maryland's auto dealers, but also on behalf of Allegheny County with respect to K-12 education funding. You will have virtual witnesses from the county who can explain it better than I can. With respect to Maryland's auto dealers, we too believe in a sustainable transportation trust fund. I think, however, that should take a careful look at spending and revenues. Parts of that transportation budget have grown more than 30% in a 2-year period time and may continue to grow. So you'll also hear from Maryland auto dealers, Peter Kitzmiller and his colleagues. With respect to local government funding, Allegheny County is in a very difficult position. They will be disproportionately negatively impacted by the changes in the tax code. Frankly, many of their citizens will qualify for the tax break, and not very many will qualify for an increase. It would result in more than a $3 million impact to their local income tax collections. In total, teacher pension costs, et cetera, will be a $5 million loss to Allegheny County, which is 5% of their operating revenues, after the county underwent a $13 million cost reduction effort last year. So you'll hear from them, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you all very much.
We have two virtual witnesses here. Are they on, Kim? Jason Bennett and T. Lee Beeman Jr. Mr. Bennett, you want to go first?
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thanks for the time today. My name is Jason Bennett. I'm the Allegheny County Administrator, and as Mr. Johansson just mentioned, we're here today to talk about the painful shift in education costs from the governor's budget for Allegheny County. So the first shift for us, as you've already heard today a couple times, are teacher pension costs. As proposed in the governor's budget, $754,000 for Allegheny County. DLS is recommending another $600,000 for us. That brings our total to $1.3 million. And this would be after, back in 2012, we had $2.2 million added to our costs for teacher pension costs. Additionally, in Allegheny County specifically, we're seeing the removal of $816,000 of supplemental teachers pension shift disparity grant dollars. We're also in the governor's proposal seeing the same amount being eliminated next year, which would fully eliminate that grant. While these other items aren't directly K through 12 related, they will affect our ability to fund K through 12 education. That would include the 90% SDAT cost shift that you've heard about. This will cost Allegheny County $368,000. And as Mr. Johansson mentioned, the single biggest hit for us is the income tax proposal from the governor, which will cost us $3.2 million, representing more than 10% of our income tax revenues. And even if we were to move to the maximum rate of 3.2, it would only generate 1.7 million for us. So definitely leaves us in a deficit. In total, we're looking at $5.7 million for this upcoming year. That is 5.4% of our general fund. And as Mr. Johansson mentioned, last year we eliminated a $13 million deficit by freezing positions, eliminating positions, reducing health insurance. So our next cuts become very painful cuts, and they will eliminate service, most of them basic services. So today we just simply ask that you find a way to balance your budget without crippling ours. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Beeman?
Thank you. Chair Gazzoni, members of the Budget and Taxation Committee, my name is Lee Beeman. I'm the County Attorney for Allegheny County. As Mr. Bennett and Mr. Johansson indicated, we think what we have is unintended consequences of the governor's budget. Governor Moore has discussed the idea that no Marylander should be left behind. Ultimately, his proposal this year will do exactly that in Allegheny County. It will leave Allegheny County behind. You all members are intimately familiar with the BRE report put out by the Comptroller's office. Allegheny County, in terms of the tax income cuts, we are most impacted 24 out of 24 jurisdictions with a $3.2 million hit spread over a 5-year period. Ultimately, that leads to Allegheny County looking at a $12.8 million loss, while other jurisdictions in the state ultimately seek to gain as much as a $300 million increase in tax revenue. We believe very candidly from conversations with the governor's office, from conversations with appropriations yesterday, that there was an attempt to balance cost shifting with increased revenue. For Allegheny County, we're getting hit on both sides. We're having our revenue decreased while also having these costs shifted to us. The question was asked yesterday in appropriations, and we can say without hesitation that as a result of this BRFA, Allegheny County will be in a worse position than we would have been otherwise. So we would ask that this body, in considering the BRFA, consider some sort of hold harmless provision to offset some of these losses to Allegheny County and to other rural counties like us. Thank you.
Yeah. Questions for anyone in this grouping? Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now moving into economic development. Patrick Hosford. Dan Schoenecker-Berger, Adam Straight, Sandra Evans, Nick Cohen, Jennifer Ridgway, Katerina Ziegler, Monica Jeffries, has Angles. We also may have a online. You have that? Okay, whoever would like to begin, they can.
Good afternoon, Chair Gazzoni, honorable members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. My name is Nicholas Cohen. I'm the Executive Director of Maryland Citizens for the Arts. We are the statewide arts advocacy organization that champions public investment for Maryland's vibrant arts sector. We represent the interests of over 300 arts organizations, 24 local arts councils, 29 arts and entertainment districts, and thousands of artists across Maryland. First, I'd like to thank Governor Moore, his administration, and the Maryland General Assembly for supporting the arts in this year's budget, especially during a challenging fiscal climate. Your commitment supports a creative sector that, according to the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis, adds nearly $13 billion to Maryland's economy and provides more than 80,000 jobs. That said, I and some of my colleagues on this panel will appear before you and say that we strongly oppose the governor's recommendation to eliminate the 1994 Art Stabilization Act in this year's BRFA. For 30 years, this formula has ensured predictable bipartisan investment for the Maryland State Arts Council, an investment that has helped every region of our state thrive. This funding model has made Maryland a national leader in equitable arts investment, allowing the State Arts Council to distribute resources fairly and effectively across the state. Eliminating this landmark formula now would undermine decades of bipartisan support, risk future investment, and jeopardize Maryland's national leadership in per capita arts investment. The arts, they are not a luxury, but they are a strategic investment that delivers tangible returns to our state. That said, I strongly urge this committee to reject the proposed elimination of the 30-year Maryland State Arts Council funding formula found in the BRFA. Thank you all for your time and continued support of Maryland arts sector.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Katerina Ziegler, and I am the Director of Development at the Walters Art Museum. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of the Maryland State Arts Council, which plays a vital role in supporting museums, theaters, and artists across the state. Located in downtown Baltimore, the Walters has been connecting Marylanders with thousands of years of art and culture for 91 years. Not only that, we are a driving center for education and tourism. We provide tours for thousands of students from throughout Maryland, and the state art funding grants that we receive help us hire dozens of Maryland artists and collaborate with local businesses, from printers to construction firms, demonstrating the broad economic reach of organizations like ours. The arts are essential to Maryland's success. Since the 1994 Art Stabilization Act established a fair, sustainable funding formula, Maryland's art sector has flourished, as Nicholas noted, and the Art Walters is proud to be a part of that. We employ 132 staff members and contract with dozens and dozens of photographers, art handlers, musicians, designers, accountants, and many other businesses throughout the state and locally. But this past summer highlighted the risks of instability when unexpected state budget cuts delayed arts funding and reduced our funding. And this caused us to delay hires and to scale back programming. The Art Stabilization Act was developed and provides flexibility for budget adjustments. But however, without the existing protections, the formula that is in place will create instability. And what I have a concern about is for the arts and the economics of this state. So I urge you to please reject respectfully, the proposed elimination of the mandated formula for the Maryland State Arts Council. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gazzoni, Vice Chair Rosapep, and honorable committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Monica Jeffries, His Angeles, President and CEO of Strathmore in Montgomery County. I want to thank you for the priority you place on the arts. It is vitally important to the health of our sector. At a time when we are witnessing daily how damaging government policy can be, please don't dismantle the smartest, single most effective piece of bipartisan legislation to benefit the arts in 30 years. It does what government does best. It allows for steady incremental budgeting to protect a vulnerable sector from volatility. It ensures the broadest community access to our sector's most valuable programs by supporting free activities. It supports a reliable economic driver of substantial state revenue. And it provides room for legislators to flex the appropriation in challenging times without devastating and drastic reductions. I ask the committee to reject the proposed elimination of the 30-year Maryland State Arts Council funding formula found in the BRFA. Just this week, I presented to my board of directors about the cumulative impact of the unprecedented changes we are now seeing at the federal level. Loss of infrastructure in the creative arts sector, fewer opportunities for organizations led by members of the global majority and for artists from the DEI sector, decreased international touring because of changes in the visa process, less discretionary income for arts purchasing due to a reduced federal workforce, and subsidy programming, the kind funded by our grants from the Maryland State Arts Council, will be more difficult and more important than ever. Mind you, this is just 2 years from the COVID pandemic. Many organizations still have not yet fully recovered. Please don't add to this list of challenges. The landmark Arts Stabilization Act has fueled the vital growth of our creative sector, and its extraordinary impact touches each of your districts. Please protect it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, honorable members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. My name is Jennifer Ridgway of Prince George's County. I own Yard Dramas, a sole proprietor LLC, and am president and co-founder of Teaching Artists of the Mid-Atlantic. I am speaking on behalf of 69 teaching artists who signed the written testimony, including Jimmy Reynolds of Queen Anne's County, who brings arts learning experiences across 5 Eastern Shore counties. TAMA's Maryland Director, Kalicia Thorpe-Price of Montgomery County, uses theater to help teens become storytellers of their own lives. When discussing budgets and economic development, let's remember teaching artists who have small businesses embedded in our communities, operating at the intersection of art, education, and community, extending their impact beyond the arts sector, contributing to education, health, justice, business, and environment, working in schools, libraries, retirement homes, detention centers, healthcare facilities, and more. Serving your children, your elders, your neighbors, Maryland's communities, including its environment. Teaching artists have established art practices and specialized training to teach and work with community. Yet historically, we have been invisible, overlooked, and undervalued. Not even the Federal Department of Labor's classification system, with nearly 900 occupations, recognizes our work, causing exploitation and inadequate compensation, depriving us of traditional benefits, healthcare, job security, pensions, sick leave. State funding sustains these vital transformative programs, often at no cost to participants, and makes a livable wage possible for artists to cover benefits and the operating cost of their independent small businesses. We need Maryland's support to thrive and help our communities remain vibrant. Now's not the moment to undercut the power of the arts. Now's the time for visionaries and champions to safeguard our work and work with us to ensure teaching artists have policies, incentives, and funding that recognize and support us. Please be our hero. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Sandra Edwards, Director of Economic Development for Cecil County. I'm here to talk about how important the Enterprise Zone program has been for Cecil County. However, it is important to first note that the Enterprise Zone was established to encourage capital investment, job creation, and revitalization in proximity to economically distressed areas. As a result, the proposed changes to the program will have greater impact on distressed areas, which means many rural counties and Baltimore City will be hit the hardest. The Enterprise Zone is Cecil's most effective tool for attracting businesses and jobs and revitalizing areas that need it most. Because of the Enterprise Zone program, we are experiencing considerable growth, but we still have several pockets of economically distressed areas throughout the county, which is why the program must continue as it exists today. The program's created 5,000 jobs in Cecil County in the last 7 years. In the past 4 years, there's been $1.2 billion in capital investment made in the Enterprise Zone by companies like Northrop Grumman and Great Wolf Lodge. From fiscal year 21 through 2024, the county was among the top 5 counties in the state with both the greatest amount of capital investment within the Enterprise Zone and the largest percentage increase in investment dollars within the Enterprise Zone. Also, our economy is growing at a higher percentage than any other county in the state per the most recent release on GDP from the BEA. The numbers don't lie, and the impact doesn't stop there. The Enterprise Zone is sparking growth outside of the designated zone, which is what the program was designed to do. A perfect example is the Southfields development in Elkton, which includes 285 apartments, 85 townhomes, 330 single-family homes, retail and commercial space, a hotel, and a $60 million regional sports complex that Medco is part of. Cecil County is doing its part helping Maryland's economy grow, and that is why I'm asking you to reject the proposed amendment to continue the Enterprise Zone while phasing out the state's reimbursement of the 50% property tax credits to local jurisdictions. Shifting this cost to the counties and other jurisdictions will effectively kill the program. Let's keep the momentum going. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members. My name is Adam Street, and as the Cecil County Executive, I am here today to highlight the critical role that the Maryland Enterprise Zone program has played in fostering capital investment, creating jobs, and revitalizing distressed areas within Cecil County. Please know that the Maryland Enterprise Zone program is Cecil County's most useful and effective business attraction and expansion tool, which means it's the most important tool we have in our toolbox for incentivizing economic growth. In the last 7 years, the Enterprise Zone designation has been instrumental in generating over 5,000 new jobs in Cecil County with new businesses such as Amazon, Smithfield, and Great Wolf Lodge. We've also seen existing businesses expand, such as Northrop Grumman, who with a new hypersonic capability center in 2023, created 200 new jobs in just 2 years. These new buildings represent an $125 million investment in Elkton's campus, and they are still growing. They will be breaking new ground this year in a new engineering and administration building. To continue our growth trajectory, which strengthens the state's economy, it is vital that Maryland Enterprise Zone program remains in effect for Cecil County. Governor Moore just said today that we need to grow our way out of the state's structural deficit. I'm here to say that Cecil County is helping the state to do just that. And it's all because of our participation in the Maryland Enterprise Zone program. Thus, I urge you to reject the proposed sunsetting of the subsidies as proposed and ensure the state's continued reimbursement of 50% of the real property tax credit for Cecil County for certified properties. Without it, we would struggle to sustain this important and powerful economic development incentive. I cannot overstate how detrimental the elimination of this program is to our county, would be to our future economic growth and to Maryland's. Simply keeping the name while ending the incentives effectively kills the program. I implore you to continue to support this important program in Cecil County so that our success can be sustained and expanded for the benefit of all of Maryland.
Good afternoon, Chair Gazzoni, Vice Chair Rosenpep, and members of the Budget and Taxation Committee. I am Dan Schneckenberger, Director of Administration for Cecil County. I appreciate the opportunity to address you today. There are so many pieces of Senate Bill 321 that we could speak to, but our joint focus remains our opposition to the proposed sunset provision of the enterprise zones in the 2025 BRFA. Previous testimony from my two colleagues to my left has illustrated the tremendous growth of capital investment because of the enterprise zone tax credits over the last several years, including the over 5,000 jobs created from these new employers. These companies likely would have located in neighboring states without this valuable program to attract them. Our major concern is that the sunset will stop the funding from the state to Cecil County for the 50% reimbursement of the real property tax credit. The state has contributed $14.4 million over the last 7 years to Cecil County, which encompasses our 5,000 job growth. Our estimation of the income tax revenue generated to the state is close to $19 million during this time period. We also know that additional revenue to the state has been generated by these workers paying sales tax, tolls, along with transfer taxes generated from these new buildings. And this revenue will only grow for the state for future years. Sunsetting the enterprise zones for Cecil County would remove a dedicated and proven revenue source for the state and county. And our most promising enterprise zone, the former Bainbridge property, has several prospects, which the capital investment is close to $1.5 billion. Two of these largest prospects have already been told of the enterprise zone tax credit program, and this sunset may jeopardize their decision to locate in Maryland. One of my roles as the Chief Administrative Officer is to plan to accommodate these prospects and services they require. Cecil County has to spend significant sums of money and expand wastewater treatment plants, build roads, support workforce development for these clients in the enterprise zones. Our request is to remove this sunset provision and allow us to continue to grow. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for this panel? The previous one relating to arts. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to move on to folks who are interested in transportation. Michael Cicada, John Laria, Kathleen Sabaski, John Fiastro, Peter Klitzmiller, Chad Horrell, Sam Weaver, Rob Smith, Brianna January. Whoever would like to start?
I can go ahead. Good afternoon, Chair Gazzoni and distinguished committee members. For the record, I'm Michael Cicada, President and CEO of Maryland Transportation Builders and Materials Association, the leading voice of the transportation industry in Maryland. Collectively, our members of the association employ over 100,000 men and women in the state. These are the men and women who are literally out there every day filling the potholes, maintaining aging rail lines, expanding our crumbling highways, and modernizing our congested interstates. It is on their behalf that I'm here today in strong support of the Budget, Reconciliation, and Financing Act of 2025. As many of you can attest, our association has been a consistent and vocal advocate for additional transportation funding. We have been before your respective committees to express our concern about our state's multi-billion-dollar transportation funding shortfall and the corrosive effect it has on our public safety, our economy, and our hard-earned reputation as a good place to live. It is in this spirit of concern for Maryland lives, livelihood, and quality of life we strongly support Governor Moore's commitment of $420 million in new transportation investment starting in fiscal year 2026. This investment, leveraged with federal funding, will provide $695 million in new money for safer roads, reliable transit, pedestrian safety improvements, each of which, I promise you, will save the lives of countless children and families. This money will be used to better connect commuters with job sites, products with markets, tourists with destinations, and family members with one another. We urge your support of the transportation portion of the Budget, Financing, and Reconciliation Act of 2025 and grateful for your consideration. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, esteemed committee members. Brianna January with Chamber of Progress in respectful opposition to the proposed delivery tax in the BRFA. Chamber of Progress is a center-left tech industry coalition advocating for the progressive future of tech and inclusive access to that future. Our partners include innovators like Amazon and Uber, but they do not have a vote or veto on our positions. Committee, we understand the challenge this legislature faces to meet the state's transportation infrastructure needs, but please do not do so on the backs of Maryland's most vulnerable residents for whom delivery services are quite literally a lifeline. A delivery tax could be devastating for your fixed income, low income, disabled, and elderly constituents. I was pleased to hear Governor Moore agree earlier that we cannot tax ourselves into growth, and that he acknowledged that seniors and disabled Marylanders are particularly vulnerable here. However, I do want to clarify that while certain goods are exempt, many that disabled and elderly Marylanders rely on daily are not and would be subject to this delivery tax, including some medical supplies, household necessities, hygiene and personal care items, and fresh meals for those with mobility issues who rely on delivery for nutrition and food. They are all subject to this tax. Lastly, we agree that wear and tear on infrastructure should be offset. However, I would like to remind this body that just last session, the legislature raised the vehicle registration fees for EVs, which many delivery services use or are switching to, and that heavy vehicles already do pay higher fees, both of which mean delivery trucks are already contributing more to the TTF. Committee, simply put, I implore you, please do not try to fill the budget gap on the backs of Baltimoreans who live in food deserts, on elderly folks in Garrett County who rely on delivery services for fresh food, or, Mr. Chair, disabled folks in Howard County for whom deliveries are their only access to household necessities. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Chad Horrell, and I'm with DoorDash. DoorDash opposes the 75-cent delivery tax included in this bill because it is both regressive and inequitable. As drafted, this tax treats any and all deliveries the same for the customer without accounting for how the delivery is made or the dollar value of the items ordered. A $25 lunch order is treated the same as a $250 retail delivery, forcing the customer ordering lunch to pay a higher rate as compared to the overall price of the order. A legislator recently said that delivery is a luxury item. This perspective is off base. Such a comment does not take into account that 30% of deliveries made on DoorDash are by customers who earn less than $55,000 per year. Delivery has become a lifeline for many, those who live in food deserts, some elderly, and others constrained by different life-altering realities that makes it difficult to leave their home. Delivery actually can bring these products to their door. And because of the proposed delivery tax, they will be forced to pay more. We're already living in a time of higher costs for basic needs. With the delivery tax, Maryland is only exacerbating the problem, not helping to solve it. The delivery tax is regressive, it is inequitable, and it defies the basic principle of fairness for Marylanders. We have actually spoken to some legislators about ways to fix this to a certain extent. One solution might be to adopt what Minnesota did with their delivery tax recently, which is to actually create an order threshold so that the tax does not actually get imposed unless they order something above that order threshold. I would encourage you to consider that, but as it stands right now, we urge the committee to vote against the delivery tax. Thank you.
Go ahead, please. Oh, I'll go, since I have the mic. Thank you. Chair Gazzoni, members of the committee, I'm John Laria. I'm chair of the Baltimore Regional Transit Commission, a commission created by you to provide oversight and advocacy for Baltimore Region Transit, which is run by the Maryland Transit Administration. Your subcommittee, your budget subcommittee, has heard from me at the budget hearings about my very deep concern regarding the state of good repair and the fragility of the system. I heard the governor earlier talk about fires on light rail cars. Those are the kinds of problems that we're facing if we don't invest and fix these problems. And I'm sure that you know about MTA's economic impact on jobs and public health, on the environment, There's a report that the Greater Washington Partnership had EY do, which was delivered to you. We'll make sure it is redelivered as necessary. I hope you've seen it. I thought that my job today might be just to give voice to the thousands of riders, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. The number that MTA keeps track of is 68 million. In 2024, there were 68 million rides given on MTA services. So I respectfully disagree with the assertions that are made from time to time that we don't serve enough people with transit in order to invest in it. Certainly, there are parts of the state that need different kinds of investment, but respectfully, 68 million rides, we need transit investment. Let me just give you a few statements from MTA riders to put this in perspective and to hopefully describe for you the stakes. One, the MTA is my only way to get to work downtown. Without the bus, I wouldn't have a job. It's that simple. I live in West Baltimore, and public transit is the only way I can get to my doctor's appointments across town. It's a lifeline for people like me. Baltimore's bus system connects me to school and my part-time job. I couldn't afford college without it. As a senior, I depend on the bus to get to places and see my friends. It keeps me active and independent. Governor Moore said and has been saying you can't have economic mobility without physical mobility. We agree. This budget is not the maximum that we need. It is a minimum. But because it is the minimum, especially because it is the minimum, we encourage you to support and protect it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, my name is John Fiastro here on behalf of the Mid-Atlantic Independent Automobile Dealers Association. Last year, the BRFA that went to conference committee included a full repeal of the excise tax credit. And ultimately, that repeal did not pass because of the negotiation that was taken up by this committee. And at the time, it was suggested that this is a benefit for wealthy buyers of vehicles. And that's just simply not true. It wasn't true last year. It's not true this year. And this year, as you'll note, there's a $15,000 cap so that purchases of $15,000 or more, the excise tax the trade-in excise tax credit is not available. Now, that seems to be some sort of compromise, but indeed it's not. This number is below the average used car costs, and it doesn't really recognize the cost of larger vehicles for Maryland families who need them. Now, it's not just that, but trade-ins are also a major source of inventory for the members of the association. The benefit inures to the customer by keeping prices lower because the whole transaction stays on the lot. The trade-in is made on the lot, the purchase is made on the lot, so costs of acquisition for the dealer are less, and that benefit extends to the customer. Churn is important for our members, and for that reason, we ask for this committee to reject this excise tax essential repeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Savasky. I am the Deputy Executive Director for the Mid-Atlantic Independent Auto Dealers. My notes are following points in addition to the written testimony that's already been granted. Our franchise new vehicle dealers, will be speaking in a moment, have concisely explained the consumer impact. What is an unintended impact that I don't believe has been accurately measured as of yet is to the used car industry in the state of Maryland, which is rather strong. There are 300 new car dealerships in the state of Maryland, employing about 140,000 people. Used car dealerships, there are 260, most of which are small, local, family-owned businesses. These businesses would be seeing the greatest impact. When a vehicle is not traded in, which removing this tax benefit is going to dissuade retail consumers from trading these vehicles in. When that happens, their source of income, their source of inventory has gone away. This will also completely deplete the source of inventory for the state's 6 dealer-only wholesale auctions. And there are entire local economies that thrive around the success of those auctions. So unfortunately, this particular tax we are recommending against because of the economic impact it's going to have to Maryland in other ways. Thank you very much.
Questions for this group? Thank you all very much.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Sam Weaver. I'm Vice President and partner at Chevy Chase Acura in downtown Bethesda. While some may call me a car guy, I don't really see myself that way. My passion isn't necessarily for the love of cars, but rather for the love of my customers and my 130 team members that serve them. That's what drives me every day. Just as housing affordability has become a growing concern, vehicle affordability is now reaching a critical point. Many of my customers are paying more per month than their parents paid in a mortgage. Consider this, just 6 years ago, the average new car was just under $39,000. Today, it's almost $50,000. That's significant. Meanwhile, interest rates have more than doubled during that time period. New car interest rates, according to Edmunds, is now 7.1%. Used cars are at 11%. Adding to the burden, Maryland increased registration fees last year by 50%. Now the proposed excise tax increases and repeal of the trade-in allowance will only make vehicle ownership even more unattainable. Under these changes, a Maryland resident purchasing a $50,000 vehicle with a $20,000 trade-in would see their excise tax go from $1,800 to $3,000, a 67% increase. I fully recognize our state's significant budget challenges, but I also know auto dealers and their customers over the years have paid substantially to help. However, looming tariffs, government layoffs, and drastic tax increases will severely impact sales, directly impacting the Transportation Trust Fund. I strongly urge you to oppose the repeal of the trade-in credit, allowing dealer industry to continue generating revenue and sustaining growth for the Transportation Trust Fund as it has in every year in the last 14 years. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Rob Smith, and distinguished members of the committee, I'm the president of Fitzgerald Auto Mall, 1,300 Maryland families, and I'm an overnight success story because I started there when I was 19, and I've been there 36 years. Well, we are now employee-owned because Mr. Fitzgerald's a bit of a maverick, and so all of our employees have a stake in this. We want you to maintain the trade difference for the economy because it does help the Maryland economy. Trade-ins are an important part of our dealer business model. We want those cars to stay in the state. There are winners in this case because the employees win. Because when a trade-in comes in, we recondition it so the technician earns a living wage. Then we detail it inside and out so the detailer earns a living wage. Then the salesman gets to sell it, and they earn a living wage. Of course, we benefit from the sale as well. But then the state wins because we now sell another car with that trade-in that could be one of the fuel-efficient hybrids or an electric car. But we also make sure the car that we do take in trade is safer because the comprehensive Maryland state inspection. In this state, we only see the car once when it's registered, and we make sure that it's safer on the road. And then the state gets its 6% excise tax all over again. If they don't trade, that car could end up at CarMax or Carvana somewhere across the country and not here. So we ask you to preserve the trade difference to help Maryland consumers. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Peter Kitzmiller. I'm the president of the Maryland Automobile Dealers Association. We represent 300 franchise new car and truck dealers and our 23,000 employees across the state of Maryland here today in opposition to removal of the trade difference. And I want to talk about this just real quickly from a tax policy standpoint. 47 states, including Maryland, currently give a trade-in credit. And that's because it's the fairest way to tax vehicle transactions. So we are not an outlier here, number one. Number two, dealers and our customers have paid and are paying more than their fair share into the Transportation Trust Fund. As was mentioned earlier, the vehicle excise tax receipts to the trust fund have increased every year for the last 14 years. Over the last 3 years, they've gone up 15%. Vehicle-related taxes and fees are not the reason we have a Transportation Trust Fund shortage. And I want to talk about just one specific thing which we've attached to our testimony. There were some charts done by Maryland Department of Transportation when they briefed your committee about revenues going forward. And there was a chart dealing with the decrease in gas tax revenues due to electrification and increase in fuel economy. You will notice there was no estimation that vehicle excise taxes are going to decrease over that period. But the bottom line is the assumptions that are being made are incorrect and we believe it's been significantly overestimated. So one of the factors they're using to determine this decrease in gas tax revenue assumes that in 2030 there will be 1.1 million electric vehicles on the road in Maryland. We currently have 128,000. We're not going to get anywhere near 1.1 million. We believe this decrease of gas tax revenue has been overestimated, and we would ask you all to look closely at that issue as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quick, regarding the excise tax that you talked about and how it's going to change with this proposed legislation, how would that increase affect if I went to Pennsylvania and bought a vehicle?
Well, in Pennsylvania, you have to register your car in the state of Maryland, so that you would continue, you would have that.
You'd pay it no matter what, where you bought the car?
Yes. You registered in the state in which you title it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you all for your testimony. I want to say particularly to Mr. Fitzgerald, your father.
Oh, my mentor.
Your mother.
Mentor, yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
Kind of like me to you, mentor.
Oh, your mentor. Isn't that nice? I want everybody in here to understand one thing. We are very sensitive to your testimony, very sensitive to what you're saying to us. But I don't have to tell you all, on a day-to-day basis, things are changing on Capitol Hill. What you are hearing and what you see here may not necessarily be what it will be next week because of the changes and the things that are happening. I don't have to tell you all. You read the paper, you see the television. It's very difficult. It's heart-wrenching for us to sit here, to see and hear the testimony of many of you. But you all do know that on a day-to-day basis, on an hour-to-hour basis, things on Capitol Hill are changing, which creates a problem for us here because it spills over into the great state of Maryland. And it does have an impact on our way of life and our budget. If you all have any suggestions that we could use to make this, we're in trouble financially. You all know that too. If you have any suggestions, you're disagreeing with us. If you have any suggestions, if you could please tell us what you think it could be a good plan, it would be so wonderful. I really want to thank you all for being here this afternoon, Lottie, Dottie, and everybody. Thank you so much. But I just felt compelled to make those remarks because I'm telling you, I was born on a day, but it wasn't yesterday. We are living in some critical times right now. And it's very hurtful, particularly for me who's lived so many years and seen some wonderful things happening. But I'm very worried. I feel so compelled to say that to you on behalf of this wonderful, wonderful committee. And the president of the Senate had the good sense to put some of the greatest minds, the sharpest minds together here to help to solve some of our problems in the finance.
Couldn't agree more, Senator. Couldn't agree more. All right, thank you very much. All right, we're moving on to health non-DDA. Dan Martin, Tafiq Owanekoko, Stephanie Pedito, Carrie Guthrie, Nicole Granner, Dan Rabbit, Joe Bryce, Otis Brawley, Amanda Marie Boyle, Tiffany Smith Williams, Bashina Ebashiha Jones. Sorry about that one. Okay, who'd ever like to start?
Good afternoon, Chair Guzzoni, members of the committee. My name is Nicole Grainer, and I represent the Community Behavioral Health Association of Maryland and its 87 community behavioral health providers across the state. Maryland is in a behavioral health crisis. Emergency departments are overwhelmed, our workforce is stretched too thin, and too many Marylanders, especially in underserved communities, cannot access the care that they need. Certified Community Behavioral Health Centers, or CCBHCs, are one of the most effective solutions we have. Since 2018, Maryland CCBHCs have expanded access to care, serving more individuals, including those who are underinsured, and assisting Marylanders in enrolling in Medicaid and other health plans. They've reduced emergency and department visits and hospital stays by integrating behavioral health and primary care. They've improved health outcomes, helping individuals better manage chronic conditions like diabetes and hypertension. They've addressed health disparities by providing culturally competent care and translation services. In 2023, you, Senator Guzzoni, helped pass legislation directing the state to explore statewide expansion of the CCBHC model.
I thought I recognized this. It's a great idea. It's a great idea.
Isn't it? Isn't it?
Yep.
In December, SAMHSA wants to give us $1 million to plan to do this.
Yep.
However, today the administration is proposing to walk away from this commitment, citing cost concerns. They want to give back $1 million. We're actually not asking for money. We're asking you to take money that the feds want to give us. 3 other states have implemented CCBHCs for half of Maryland's projected cost per clinic, and New York did so for nearly 1/10 of the cost. Rather than abandoning a proven model, we urged the committee to allow Maryland's incoming health secretary to evaluate the effectiveness before making a decision that would severely limit access to care. Walking away now would halt progress and risk reducing or eliminating critical services for thousands of Marylanders, just when demand for behavioral health care is at an all-time high. Maryland cannot afford to take a step backwards. I urge you to reject the proposed language in the BRFA and ensure that Maryland follows through on its commitment to expand CCBHCs statewide. This is not just about policy, it's about access to life-saving care. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee, for me to present our opinion. I'm Taufik Owenikoko, the Executive Director for the Greenerbaum Cancer Center at the University of Maryland Medical System. I want to start by saying that 35,000 Marylanders will be diagnosed with cancer this year alone. We have more than 110,000 of our residents living with cancer, which means a lot of them will need active treatment, some of which may work, some may not work as well. And I want to share the story of a 26-year-old resident of our state who had a very rare type of liver cancer, exhausted all standard of care options. The only other option available to her was to go on a clinical trial. We saw at Greenerbaum, took our immune cells, engineered this in the lab, put it back in our body for these immune cells to kill the cancer cells. We were able to do this because of the infrastructure that we were able to build, because of the support we got from CRF, Secret Restitution Fund, over the past 20 years. And also because of the experts that we were able to recruit from out of state to be able to create this type of innovative therapy. Having the capacity to build this type of innovative therapy is what led us to get the NCI designation as a comprehensive cancer center. So we do owe our NCI designation to the CRF support. And maintaining this critical designation going forward is going to be dependent on CRF support that will allow us to maintain this infrastructure that we've built and to be able to attract the brightest and the best to come to the state of Maryland. Our vision is to create an environment and an institution where no Marylander will have to leave the state to get the best care possible for their cancer care. This is why we want to urge this committee to reject the language in the buffer that is going to waive the mandate proposed by this body that CRF funding should be allocated to the academic cancer centers to allow us to do this important work. Thank you.
House and Senate are very focused on this. We'll get this right.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Stephanie Pedito. I'm the recently appointed President and CEO of the Maryland Patient Safety Center, and I strongly urge you to fully fund the Maryland Patient Safety Center and strike the language in the BRFA on page 48 that removes the governor's funding mandate. We are a national leader in patient safety, working with Maryland hospitals, nursing homes, and providers to reduce preventable harm, lower health care costs, and improve outcomes. But the proposed BRFA puts life-saving work at risk, threatening programs that prevent sepsis death, falls, medication errors, and severe maternal complications, all of which drive up Medicaid costs and each have significant health equity component, in that people of color, people with disabilities, older people, and people with language barriers have experienced disproportionately higher harm. Medicaid is one of the biggest payers of preventable harm. Sepsis accounts for over 30% of hospital deaths and costs Maryland billions. Our programs help prevent these infections, and we also supported implementation of Lauchlin's Law for the identification and treatment of sepsis in kids in urgent care centers. Falls is another example. Among older adults, result in costly hospitalizations, rehabilitation, and long-term care stays, many of which could be avoided. Severe maternal complications disproportionately affect Black women in Medicaid-covered births, leading to emergency interventions and lifelong health issues for mothers and babies. Without stable funding, these programs and the cost savings they generate are at risk. Additionally, this cut threatens Maryland's healthcare workforce. Preventable harm contributes to burnout, moral injury, and workforce shortages. We equip providers with the tools to improve safety, reduce errors, stress, and workplace turnover. Patient safety is not optional. It's a public health and fiscal responsibility. I urge you to protect our funding and ensure Maryland remains a leader in safe, high-quality care. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Dan Martin with the Mental Health Association of Maryland, here today urging you to reject the provisions in the BRFA that would seriously reduce access to mental health and substance use care across the state. I've outlined some of these in my written testimony, but I'll just focus on one today, and that's the provision that would reduce annual funding for school mental health care by $90 million. Over a third of Maryland high school students in the most recent Maryland data are reporting they're persistently sad or hopeless. 1 in 5 high school students and 1 in 4 middle school students have seriously considered suicide within the past year, and more than 10% of middle school and high school students have actually attempted suicide. Despite these statistics, the BRFA would reduce the annual budget for the Consortium on Coordinated Community Supports, which provides mental health funding to public schools in every jurisdiction across the state by 70%, from $130 million to $40 million. I'll just repeat that. That's not a one-time cut. That's an annual cut, $90 million this year and every year hereafter. The General Assembly made an historic commitment and investment in the mental health and well-being of Maryland's youth when you all included this funding in the blueprint bill. And after several delays, the consortium is finally up and running. It got operational just last year, and in the first 6 months, it's showing remarkable progress. It's provided mental health resources to more than 58,000 students across 80% of all Maryland public schools. It's increased Maryland's school mental health workforce by nearly 500 individuals, provided mental health training to nearly 1,200 school personnel, and it's improved mental health outcomes for 70 to 80% of students that it's impacted. So this cut would be devastating to the schools and the jurisdictions across the state that worked so hard last year to just get this program up and running, these services up and running again just last year. But it will be even more devastating to the students that are benefiting from it. So please, I urge you to reject this cut, and thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, committee chair and members. I am Tiffany Smith-Williams, Executive Director for the Board of Acupuncture with the Health Board Professions and Commissions. My testimony is in reference to the funds transfer recommendation to move special funds from 18 health profession boards and commissions to the Behavioral Health Administration. 5 of the 18 boards and commissions will have a fund balance of less than 20% when the MDH recommended standard is 20 to 30%. More specifically, my board will have a 5% fund balance. I respectfully request that this recommendation be reconsidered and adjusted to reflect the MDH standard of 20 to 30%. This will bolster operational stability and in some cases may even defer the increase of licensing fees on our healthcare professionals. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Guzzoni and committee members. My name is Carrie Guthrie, and I am the president and CEO of Cornerstone Montgomery and Cornerstone Southern Maryland. Cornerstone is one of the 2 original organizations in Maryland to receive a SAMHSA CCBHC expansion grant. In fact, we have successfully received 3 grants, so that over the last 6 years, we've been able to position ourselves to be a key partner with the state of Maryland in the implementation of CCBHCs. One CCBHP priority is access to care. We purchased translation technology, which allowed us to expand services from 904 minutes to over 15,000 minutes in 21 different languages to make it easier for people to access services. Language should certainly not be a barrier. Improving health is another priority for CCBHCs. We added certified nursing assistants and licensed practical nurses to help over 200 of our clients who are aging in place. Nursing homes don't want them, assisted living facilities don't want them, rehab facilities don't want them, so we needed to put things in place to help them age in place successfully. As a result, we saw a reduction of 36% in hospital admissions and 59% in ED use, plus improvement in their blood pressure, and we had a bunch of clients who quit smoking as well. It is important to note that these critical services are not reimbursable under the current Medicaid fee-for-service structure. Without sustained funding through a CCBHC or authorization to bill Medicaid for these services, we risk a severe financial shortfall and the loss of what has been a very effective health care. CCBHCs have fundamentally changed behavioral health care in the states where they have been implemented. We ask you to restore the language obligating the health department to pursue CCBHC's planning grant that was awarded in January and to apply for inclusion in the demonstration program. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this group? Senator Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Guthrie, I didn't catch it all. You mentioned about the language services.
Yes.
So where are the challenges for you? Do you all have existing contracts or built-in? Is it built in with partners? Tell me.
It's just, the challenges are that we don't have, it's hard to hire staff who speak the different languages. So we use the translation technology, which gives us access to actually over 300 languages almost instantly through video, which is also much better than just through a phone call. Language lines are just usually through a phone call. Yeah. But this gives us video access. And our top 3 languages that we've had to use, which I had no idea, were American Sign Language. I didn't know we had that many people who needed it. Spanish, which wasn't a surprise. And we actually do have some Spanish-speaking staff, but we needed more than what we had. And then Amharic, which is from Ethiopia. So that's been the challenge. It's just finding staff. So the technology gives us much broader scope of languages that we can access in the moment, and not just in our clinics, which seems to be the logical place. We also used it particularly for the sign language in our residential program. Absolutely. The staff can call up a video with someone who can do the signing while they're working with the clients.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, if I might. So I am aware that some of those programs that are out there, or some of those resources that are out there, have the top 8, because there are like 8 languages that we typically deal with. Mm-hmm. And I guess my question more directly is, so does that come out of your budget, or does that come out of the government that you're...
The CCBHC grant.
The state government. Well, can you partner with the states, I'm sorry, with the counties that you are associated with, where you're located?
There has been in the past, in Montgomery County, I know most specifically, there was a language line that we had some access. That was just telephone access, and it was limited. Right. So when we found this technology that gave us video access, and we could pay for it with the SAMHSA, with the CCBHC money, gotcha. That was a better option for us because it was more broad. We have access immediately to over 300 languages, and we've actually used 21 different languages with that service. Okay. So partnering, I mean, if there's other options, we would have to seek those out. But this has been much more broad than what we were found with when we did have access to the language line in Montgomery County, for example.
Understood.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Welcome, everyone. Whoever would like to start, great.
Good afternoon. I'm Chairman Gazzoni and members of the committee, senators. I'm Dr. Otis Brawley. I'm a physician. I'm a professor at Johns Hopkins University and a cancer researcher. I want to first thank you for sitting through and listening to all of us patiently. I understand the gravity of what you have to deal with in terms of the decisions that you have to make. I come to ask that you preserve payment from the Cigarette Restitution Fund to both the University of Maryland Cancer Center and the Johns Hopkins Cancer Center. We have worked together with funding from the Cigarette Restitution Fund for nearly 25 years, and it has paid extreme dividends, not just in laboratory and basic research, not just in creating new treatments, but as well as in public health. It's helped us to define what some of the problems are in the community, what some of the solutions are, and what some interventions that we could bring about to actually prevent cancer and save lives. Indeed, in our collaboration between the University of Maryland Hopkins and the Maryland Department of Health over the last 25 years with cigarette restitution funds, it is clear at this point that there are a number of lives that have been saved, and if we can continue doing this, we can continue preventing cancer deaths. And I thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Phil Otetto, a lifelong Marylander from Severn, living here in Annapolis for 17 years. After a healthy, active youth playing sports and working out, I was diagnosed with a rare blood cancer called multiple myeloma in August 2010. I went through the standard chemotherapy treatments. Some didn't work. Others kept the cancer at bay for anywhere from 6 months to 2 or 3 years. I found the cancer treatment is like a game of Frogger. Sooner or later, the treatment you're getting is going to stop working, and you better have somewhere else to jump or you'll drown. In this case, the jump being to a new treatment. After around 6 years of different treatments, I ran out of options, so I signed up to be a patient in trials my doctor ran at the Greenbaum Cancer Center in Baltimore. Some worked, some didn't, to varying degrees. During these trials, it was immeasurably important for me to be able to stay at home and access treatments relatively close by. Home is where my community and support network are, which are crucial to anyone going through difficult times with health or otherwise. No person is an island. Who wants to live in a hotel room during such a stressful time while going through treatment and all the various side effects? And if I'm being honest, I want to be at home around my cats who help bring me comfort and peace. Also, traveling out of state for treatment isn't affordable and therefore not an option, as my insurance doesn't cover out-of-state treatment, as trials cover the drugs but often not the health care provided around it, which is paid for by insurance. I found health care is expensive even with good insurance like I have, and without it the cost of treatment would be completely unaffordable. Take this as a plug for a single-payer healthcare system. I often hear how a budget is a statement of values. So when a line item that is crucial to my survival is completely cut, the message it sends to me is that my continued survival is of zero importance. With all the cuts of the new presidential administration, I felt safer to be in a state with a governor who campaigned with the slogan, "Leave no one behind." But when I see a line item that is critical to so many of us is zeroed out, it shows me that we don't count as someone. I urge you to show Marylanders like me that our lives and well-being are not expendable by funding the budget line item for cancer treatment research and trials as much as possible. I understand the budget shortfall must be addressed and cuts must be made, but surely this doesn't have to be achieved by abandoning vulnerable people in our communities. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Abishna Jones, and I'm a junior at Northwest High School in Germantown, Maryland. I'm here today to express my deep concern over proposed budget cuts to mental health resources in schools. Rooted in positive youth development principles, Our Minds Matter is a nonprofit organization working towards the day where no teen dies by suicide by supporting student-led clubs like mine. As a dedicated advocate for student mental health, I proudly serve as a leader of JAG Minds Matter, our school's chapter of this movement. However, the proposed budget cuts to school mental health services will have a direct and devastating impact on my peers, my community, and myself. Supporting teen mental health and preventing suicide is an issue that has no party affiliation. It is a collective priority, and we must dedicate the necessary resources to strengthen our efforts. Thus, I'm here today to oppose the cuts to the Community Supports Partnership Fund and the BRFA bill hearings. According to the Children's Behavioral Health Coalition, more than 36% of Maryland high school students have reported feeling persistently sad or hopeless, and 18% of those students have seriously considered suicide. A few years ago, I was part of that 18%. And I struggled with my mental health to the point where I had to be hospitalized. And when it was time to return to school, I was terrified of how I would adjust. Fortunately, the mental health resources at my school, such as access to therapy, mental health clubs, and safe spaces, made the transition easier and gave me the necessary support I needed to flourish. Without those resources, I don't know where I would be today, and I fear for students who won't have the same support if funding is cut. Beyond my personal experience, this issue also affects my broader community. Mental health challenges are widespread, especially among young people, and the lack of early intervention resources can lead to long-term consequences. Cutting funding for programs like these risks leaving countless students without the help they need, further deepening disparities in mental health care access. I have seen firsthand how JAG Minds Matter positively impacts my school's culture by fostering open conversations about mental health. Cutting funding would mean fewer safe spaces for students to seek support, fewer opportunities to learn healthy coping strategies, and a greater risk of young people struggling in silence. Without this support, students may lose access to essential mental health resources, such as Our Minds Matter clubs and other vital services they rely on. I urge you to prioritize student well-being by preserving the Community Supports Partnership Fund. Restoring this funding is an investment in our future, ensuring that every student has the opportunity that they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Joe Bryce with Manus Canning and Associates. I'm here on 2 items, Mr. Chairman. The first is on page 48. I represent Leading Age Maryland, which is a community of 160 or so non-for-profit agencies that provide services to over 20,000 older Marylanders and their families every year. 2 years ago, legislation passed that put money towards dementia care programs in the state. Maryland is estimated to have the highest percentage of Alzheimer's patients in the country, and this was much needed. It was needed 2 years ago. It's needed now. More importantly, the BRFA would cut that mandate in half going forward. So we would ask that if you need to take the money this year, leave the mandate and evaluate it on a year-to-year basis. The second is the proposed increase in the tax on cannabis and cannabis products from 9% to 15%. When the General Assembly and this committee considered the legislation, they recognized that price is very important if you're going to drive people away from the illicit market and into a market that has regulated, tested, safe products. We currently compete with the illicit market, which is not regulated and pays nothing in taxes. And we have the problem of hemp-derived intoxicating products at smoke shops and gas stations and convenience stores all across the state, which hopefully will be illegal soon, but they're here and they're taxed at 6%. So driving this tax to 15% could have very unintended consequences of hampering our ability to make sure people get safe products that are tested by the state. So that, Mr. Chairman, happy to answer questions.
Panel? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have the virtual. Okay. We have somebody on video, Alexander Allen. He's having some video problems. Hello. Great. You can start.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Alexander Allen, and I'm a high school senior from District 16 in Montgomery County. Last week, my school went under lockdown for 3 hours because of a fistfight that ended in shots being fired. Just this Tuesday, my school faced a second lockdown after a student brought a gun to school. Please imagine if you were stuck, like my peers and I were, for 3 hours without access to a bathroom, water, or food. All the while, every noise you hear in the hallway sends a wave of fear through you, making you wonder if this is the moment you become part of a tragedy that people will look back on and say was preventable. This is the fear staff and students at my school face every time we hear the chimes before our PA announcements. With research proving that school mental health stops the school violence issue at its root, we must continue investing in programs like Our Minds Matter, a nonprofit that has chapters in schools across the DMV area. Since my freshman year of high school in 2021, I have been a part of a student-led Our Minds Matter chapter. My school's chapter holds 2 self-care weeks each year, runs an annual documentary screening for parents and students about anxiety, and holds morale-boosting events like chalk drawings, thank you notes to teachers, and notes of encouragement. However, it would be impossible without the funding Our Minds Matter provides through the Community Supports Partnership Fund, which is being cut by 70% in this legislation. Imagine if there was a 70% cut in police funding during my school's 2 lockdowns. We would have no police presence, and students would be told, sorry, we can't afford to hire more security, so you must deal with the problem yourself. Now, imagine we cut 70% of this Community Supports Partnership Fund and defund behavioral health services. Students will hear, sorry, we can't afford additional mental health support, so you must deal with your mental health struggles by yourself, which takes away the preventive measures that stop the cycles of violence and fear occurring in schools each day. I urge you to fully invest in the Community Supports Partnership Fund, which is vital in supporting teens like me and countless others. We wouldn't support a 70% cut to physical safety, so why should we allow it for mental safety? Thank you for your time and consideration of student voices.
Thank you very much. Questions for that witness? Thank you very much. All right, we're moving on to the taxation group. Vincent Brannigan, Callie Schumetz, Lenore Havey, Andrew Griffin, Marvin James, Lenny Pfeiffer, Kelly Johnson, Bruce Beriano, Ashley Bagwell, Kevin Canali, Weston Young, Byron McFarland, Bernie Marzak, Michael Halloran, Kelly Locklear. Anybody can begin.
I got called first, so I'll start.
All right.
My name is Vincent Brannigan. My wife has Alzheimer's. She's had it for 15 years. I pay $160,000 a year in her care. That makes me a cash cow to the people over there who say, well, we'll eliminate itemized deductions and collect $14,000 more because you're paying for medical expenses. Now, medical expenses are not like buying a yacht or a bigger house or anything. You pay it to keep my wife alive. And frankly, I just find it unbelievable that they would think they could do this. Even the Republicans in Washington didn't do that to us. I don't know how many of you pay $160,000 in medical expenses, but it's a crushing burden. And to have the state dump on top of you after that is just beyond cruel. Plus, now it happens to be my wife, so I can't do anything, but everyone I know who has a parent they're paying for says they'll move them to Medicaid, which is hard for a spouse but easy for an indigent parent. So in fact, there may be no revenue at all. When I asked who had considered this issue, I got a blank look out of the controller's office. All right? So here we have a idea which is not only cruel, but counterproductive. And I have just never seen anything from this state that was as nasty. Thank you very much. I realize I might have met a few. I'm Mariana Kelly's uncle, Senator Kelly, and so she sends her greetings. Thank you very much. She's the quiet one in the family.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate sharing your personal story. We do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Callie Schumetz with the Maryland Center on Economic Policy. I am also co-chair of the Fair Share Maryland Coalition, which has more than 75 organizations and thousands of individuals committed to a more equitable tax system that provides the resources for all communities in the state to thrive. We thank Governor Moore for his strong revenue package, which will prevent deeper cuts to public services, strengthen opportunity for working families, and make our tax code fairer. Today, the wealthiest 1% of Marylanders pay a smaller share of their income in state and local taxes than any other income group. And while the federal government is considering doubling down on tax breaks for the wealthy few, the governor's plan focuses tax increases on those who can most afford to pay. The bill also makes progress on closing corporate tax loopholes. Most states already use combined reporting, including states with robust economic growth from Massachusetts to Arizona. Today, Maryland derives a smaller share of revenue from business taxes than any other state, according to analysis by Ernst & Young. And we have taxes to thank for Maryland's core economic assets, like skilled workforce, effective transportation infrastructure. Meanwhile, research shows that taxes are not among the most important determinants for where to locate for either families or businesses. We are not supportive of everything in this bill. There are some of the cuts that we are concerned about that have been addressed by other speakers today and are outlined in our written testimony. So we urge you to consider building on the governor's revenue plan with reforms from the Fair Share Maryland Act, which you'll hear more about at the hearing next week. We see now is the time to put our state on a stronger fiscal footing, build thriving communities for all Marylanders. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Gazzoni and members of the committee. I'm Lenore Heavey here on behalf of the Council on State Taxation, or COST, and we are asking you to reject the combined reporting provisions in the BRFA. COST is a nonprofit trade association with approximately 500 corporate members engaged in interstate and international business. And our mission is to preserve and promote equitable and non-discriminatory taxation of multi-jurisdictional business entities. We are not a no-tax organization. Adopting mandatory unitary combined reporting would make Maryland's most volatile revenue source even more volatile and has the potential to actually reduce corporate tax revenue in the state, while imposing significant administrative burdens on taxpayers and the state. Proponents often argue that combined reporting is necessary to prevent tax avoidance, but multi-state businesses, but Maryland already has statutes in place to address profit shifting and has already closed the loophole. Maryland adopted an add-back statute in 2004. The add-back statute requires a corporation that has intercompany transactions with an affiliate to add back those related party expenses, effectively increasing their Maryland income subject to taxation. Maryland also follows an economic nexus approach to corporate income tax, giving the state expansive jurisdiction to impose the tax even on businesses with no physical presence in the state. Given the add-back statute and the economic nexus standard, both of which are ably administered by the comptroller and her staff, there will be no windfall from transitioning from the current corporate income tax reporting methodology to combined reporting. In fact, although combined reporting can capture business profits earned by other members of a unitary group, it also brings other members' losses into the state. Contrast this with the current add-back statute, where there is no downside risk to the state. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, Andrew Griffin here on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce. We are certainly supportive of some provisions of the governor's BRFA, and the one I'll mention obviously is the small reduction in the corporate tax rate. We think it's a good first step to bolstering the state's economy, right? The business community wants to be part of solving the problem that you all have before it. They can do that through investment in their community. They can do it through job creation. Through giving people the jobs and the money to engage in the economy is how you drive revenue. Some of the other provisions in the BRFA do the opposite. They're going to discourage investment. You've heard about combined reporting. I think the only thing the point I will just hit on combined reporting is that we know, this idea that we bring corporate income from other states here. We're obviously very concerned here locally about what the impact on federal workforce layoffs is going to be here in Maryland. That impact is also going to happen in DC. That impact is also going to happen in Virginia and West Virginia. And so I don't think we want to take negative economic growth in other states and put it on our balance sheet, which is what we would do with combined reporting. The pass-through entity provisions, raising personal income taxes raises taxes on our state's smallest businesses. I have not seen an analysis yet on what the impacts on personal income tax increases are going to be on our pass-through entities. I bet it's fairly significant. And lastly, I know you've heard about the enterprise zones. The Maryland Chamber of Commerce, our members are very concerned about that program going away. It is heavily used in Baltimore City. It is heavily used in Prince George's County and rural areas such as Cecil. It would be a shame for folks who have projects ready to come online in the future if those had to go away because the state match were to sunset. So that I'll end. I'm happy to take questions, and I appreciate your time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Senate Budget and Taxation Committee. For the record, my name is Mike O'Halloran here. I'm representing NFIB. First, congratulations to this committee for moving a bit more expeditiously than your colleague across the street did last night. So on this side of the table, we certainly appreciate that. But look, obviously speaking for NFIB, you know who we are. We represent the small, quote unquote, mom and pop businesses. And believe it or not, these mom and pop businesses, they pay their business taxes on their personal income tax return. So as my colleague, Mr. Griffin from the chamber pointed out, or representing the chamber pointed out, you know, when there are the increases that we see in the BRFA beginning on page 111, those strike to the heart of Maryland's Main Street community and our employers. Frankly, it discourages the investment in their business, in their employees, and it acts as a deterrent from them otherwise expanding their business, reinvesting in their business, you know, getting that new equipment, bringing on a couple new employees, whether full-time or part-time. Those sorts of things really are impacted by how we set our personal income tax return. And that's to say nothing about, you know, the competitive question, couple, you know, these, the income tax hikes in the BRFA along with the local piggyback tax. And, you know, we're kind of pricing ourselves out of the market, so to speak. So we are concerned about that. And lastly, you know, certainly we're all here, all of us here are talking about how, you know, provisions in the BRFA and the budget at large will impact. You know, we've talked about how this is, you know, a reflection of our values. And we know the General Assembly values hard work because you guys are here 90 days putting in hard work. We're there 365 days putting in the hard work as well. And we certainly know that you'll recognize that as you continue through this deliberation. And we're here to be a part of that solution as well. So thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the committee. For the record, Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance, and there's 4 areas that I'd like to touch on. So regarding combined reporting, while addressing tax fairness is important, you did hear from my colleague Lenore here that Maryland did close some of these perceived loopholes via the add-back statute and economic nexus. Ultimately, combined reporting introduces inefficiencies, it raises operational costs, and it discourages growth. And as you've heard, what is concerning is that revenue is not promised. Truly, there are winners and losers. Now, turning to the proposed 75-cent delivery fee, which, by the way, would be the highest of the very few states that have adopted it. For consumers, this additional charge raises the overall cost of goods, especially for low-income individuals who rely on affordable delivery options. The delivery fee hits vulnerable customers the hardest, making essential goods and services more expensive and, yes, harder to access. I'd also add that consumers overwhelmingly oppose the addition of such a fee. On page 95 of the BRFA, there is a provision that says the comptroller has the authority to increase the fee based on CPI data annually, which at a minimum we would ask to be removed should you move forward. On page 14 of the recommendation packet that you all received, we oppose eliminating tax-free week and the snack food sales tax exemptions. These come especially at a time when families, as the governor mentioned earlier, are being squeezed more than ever. And on a final note, and this is just something to think about with regard to food prices and delivery and what this means to consumers, food prices alone have climbed over 31% in the last 6 years. So passing all of these new fees and taxes on to consumers just doesn't make sense, or to our job creators. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this group? Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Any virtual? How many? can begin.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, my name is Kelsey Johnson. I am the Vice President of State Government Affairs for the Global Business Alliance. I'm here to discuss the combined reporting tax provisions included in the BRFA. Thank you for the opportunity to share our perspective on the negative impacts that this mandatory tax policy would have on the state and its budget crisis. The Global Business Alliance, or GBA, proudly represents 200 companies with a global heritage. Our members are headquartered in 23 different countries, all in places that are allies of the United States. The mission of the Global Business Alliance is to defend and promote an open economy that welcomes international companies to invest in America. Our members help grow Maryland's economy and provide high-quality jobs in local communities across the state, employing over 120,000 people in Maryland, with a quarter of those jobs in the manufacturing sector. Combined reporting will create revenue volatility for any corporate revenue, in large part because companies are allowed to report both their revenue and their losses, which may create significant volatility. The jobs that are created by our members are due solely to global investment. 30,000 workers in Maryland, 25% of all foreign direct investment in the state, are in the manufacturing sector. Among countries and nations globally, the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, and Canada support the largest number of jobs in Maryland. 866 international employers have operations in Maryland. According to recent data, global investment accounted for a 4% growth in Maryland employment between 2017 and 2022. Meanwhile, the state's overall employment in the private sector fell 0.5%. These employers are excited to work in Maryland and contribute to the economy. Please take this into consideration as you move through the adoption of a state budget. GBA remains concerned about combined reporting as currently drafted, and I'm also pleased to be welcoming my colleague, Alan Pisetsky, who's online. I just want to make sure he gets an opportunity to speak as well. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Bernie Marzik from Cornerstone Government Affairs here today on behalf of the Manufacturers Alliance of Maryland, speaking to combined reporting as well. I will be very brief. President Miller and Speaker Bush appointed 2 different commissions with some of the great minds of the General Assembly, who repeatedly said to the entire Assembly, do not adopt combined reporting. Those include Senator Hershey, Senator Casemeyer, Senator Madaleno, and of course Senator King, with some brilliant staff work by the deputy from DBM and the president's staff as well on these commissions. I will just share 2 of the quotes. Do not adopt combined reporting and indicate clearly the intent not to do so. The debate causes uncertainty and sends a negative message to businesses considering expansion in or relocation in the state. So for those reasons, we would ask you to strike that provision from the BRFA. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Gazone and Vice Chair Rosenpep, to the Senator from Baltimore City, Corey McCray. I'm Marvin James, Chief of Staff to Mayor Brandon Scott, here to testify today in reference to the impacts included within SB 321 on Baltimore City. First, I want to convey the administration's appreciation for the effort that was put into crafting this year's budget when faced with such a significant shortfall. These are not easy choices, and I know that the governor and his team worked hard to mitigate impacts on programs across the state and to local jurisdictions. While we understand that this must be made, there are some elements within SB 321 that are alarming from a local budgeting perspective. As introduced, SB 321 would shift approximately $18.6 million in direct costs to Baltimore City, $24.2 million in direct costs to city schools, and would prohibit new awards of enterprise zone tax credits after June 30th. These direct costs include income tax reform, teacher pension contribution shifts, and ASDET cost shift. Baltimore is currently faced with a $106 million shortfall for fiscal 2026. The shortfall is made worse by the $18.6 million by HB 5352. To balance this year's budget, the city is focused on opportunities to enhance revenues, strategies to reduce citywide costs, and minimize major service disruptions. However, with a gap of this size, service cuts may be inevitable. Potential budget reductions include some of the following: reducing funding for local nonprofits that support community-based programming, increased service level agreements, reducing services levels for police and fire. If the program is fully phased out of both the state and city levels, new commercial development and business expansion will decline drastically in most areas. Finally, with many unknowns regarding the future of federal funding, both at the local and state level, any additional one-time or recurring cost shift coupled with could cripple the city's ability to provide core city services. And I'll end with the above comments. I urge that the committee to please consider amending SB 321 to reduce strain being imposed on local governments, including Baltimore City. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Lenny Pfeffer. I'm the president of the Dorchester County Council. I come here today to ask for your help. I originally planned to come here today in opposition to this bill, but I tried to put myself into your place. You, like I, are an elected official. You have citizens that you have to answer to, and I know how difficult all this can be to you. So I can tell you that the citizens of Dorchester County have spoken to me. This year, the state is passing down about $3 million in costs to Dorchester County, plus $2.6 million in Kerwin Blueprint funds. Our blueprint payment of $27 million has already reached the originally predicted total projected cost, and we're only halfway through implementation. To put this into perspective, Dorchester County will only bring in about $18 million in income tax and $34 million in property tax. That means I'm using 100% of our income tax plus 25% of our property taxes just for the blueprint. Dorchester County's income tax is already at the state cap of 3.2%, and our property tax rate is at $1. To cover these state mandated costs, we will need to raise property taxes more than 15 cents, making us the highest property tax county in the state of Maryland. We don't know how we can pay the blueprint bill and other costs being shifted down in a county still suffering from the downturn in 2008. I urge you to amend this bill and the blueprint and be in partnership with our county to prevent us from failure. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Kevin Canale here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties. First, I'll just say we get it. We know the pressure that the state is under. I'm here to tell you that counties are facing the same pressure. What is on the table now before you in the BRFA and with the recommendations or the menu of options from DLS is a $250 million cost shift onto county governments. And what does that mean? 2/3 of Marylanders live in counties with the maximum local income tax rate of 3.2%. The only other way to raise real money is through property taxes. There's no other way. So to find $250 million, we're going to have to raise property taxes. That's not a good thing for affordable housing. It's not sustainable. You just heard about the situation in Dorchester. It's the same thing across the state. Counties are struggling. I'll also tell you that counties are funding $1.3 billion, $1.3 billion above the minimum required education for the blueprint. $1.3 billion. Counties are stepping up to the plate. Don't do this. Please don't shift these additional costs on the counties. We can't do it. We're your partners, $1.3 billion above minimum MOE or blueprint. We also just found out that, for fiscal 26, the blueprint $500 million more than was projected by the state just a few years ago for the locals. So we're absorbing these costs. We want to fund the blueprint. We want to do the right thing, but we can't do it with a $250 million cost shift and raising property taxes to unsustainable levels. I'll also tell you that we are dealing with the chaos in DC, just like you. Counties are stepping up. We're providing programs at the local level for federal employees who are nervous or who have lost their jobs. And I know today you heard about a $600 million increase in local aid. That is true. But what is also true is that the vast majority of that money goes straight to the schools. Counties and municipalities receive less than $15 million out of the $600 million. Okay, so while there is a big increase, it's not coming to counties and municipalities. Yes, counties get a $100 million windfall from the governor's tax proposal. That's true. But that money goes to a few counties. 13 counties are losers under the plan, and the rest of them make out okay. So while we do get some money from that, it's going to high wealth jurisdictions. Low wealth jurisdictions, they get a reduction. So again, we understand the pressure. We ask you to please, and we're happy to come to the table and talk about it and come up with solutions, but please let us be your partners. Do not shift $250 million onto county governments. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, this is the first time I saw my chief of staff from my city here, so I just wanted to say welcome.
Very good.
Thank you, General.
Any questions
Mr. Senator.
for anyone? Thank you very much. All right, I've got two people, and I can't even read the names on them exactly. So, two people. Alan, can you start? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Gazzoni and members of the Senate Budget and Taxation Committee. My name is Alan Pasetsky, and I am here as a Maryland resident, small business owner, tax professional, and advisor for the Global Business Alliance. Let me start with combined reporting, which makes no sense for Maryland. Maryland needs guaranteed revenue, and combined reporting provides no such certainty, only volatility. Maryland studied this in 2010 and 2016, concluding not to enact combined reporting. Why? Revenue volatility. Winners and losers, including Maryland companies which could pay more, the complexity and potential for litigation, and the negative message sent to the business community. Nothing has changed since 2016 to warrant a different conclusion. Virginia did the same exact study most recently in 2021. Same conclusion. Don't enact combined reporting. Furthermore, combined reporting is not necessary to close any loopholes. As you've heard earlier, Maryland already closed these loopholes over 20 years ago by enacting an add-back rule for affiliated transactions. So there is no loophole, as you might hear. Just check with the Comptroller's office. They enforce it. States that have add-backs typically don't do combined reporting. It's just duplicative and doesn't make sense. New Jersey in 2023 repealed our add-back rule when they changed to combined reporting. Additionally, the language in SB 321 doesn't reflect Real Water's Edge combined reporting like every other state because it includes foreign companies. Such approach to taxing foreign companies would make Maryland a complete outlier, damaging its competitiveness, creating disputes with treaty partners, and creating a system that double taxes companies that invest in Maryland. I don't think that's the message that you want to send to the business community. So I encourage you to repeal the combined reporting provisions in SB 321. And on the individual side, I have to say, the absurd estate tax threshold decrease to $2 million, itemized deduction elimination, and tax rate increases will certainly encourage individuals and small businesses to relocate. Having a tax climate eclipsing DC and rivaling California is not the way to solve a budget cap. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Margaret Durkin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Margaret Durkin, and I'm the Mid-Atlantic Executive Director with TechNet, a technology trade association. Thank you for allowing me to speak today on the BRFA. I am here to speak specifically on the proposed delivery impact fee. This proposed fee will hurt consumers and businesses alike. Delivery is not a luxury, but a necessity, especially for those who don't have access to a personal vehicle. The provision of the BRFA also poses new costly business obligations onto our member companies in a short time frame. Should this provision of the budget move forward, we would request that there be an extended effective date to allow for businesses to come into compliance with the requirements. We also have concerns about the built-in annual increases tied to the consumer price index. Businesses need certainty to better operate. And finally, the proposal lacks several operational details. For example, we would want to make clear that the delivery fee does not apply to an order that only includes tax-exempt items, and conversely, does apply to an order that contains items subject to the tax. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for these witnesses? Thank you very much. Okay, I think that ends everybody on the, yeah, not everybody came up. I see Mr. McFarland back there, for one. Anybody else who's in the taxation section? Okay.
Good afternoon,
afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Byron McFarland. I'm the Register of Wills for Howard County, and I chair our association's legislative committee. And on behalf of my colleagues, I'm here to oppose the proposed repeal of Maryland's inheritance tax. Excuse me. The registers assess and collect this tax, and it serves as our primary source of funding. The revenue we collect above our operating expenses is transferred monthly to the comptroller and then to the general fund. In fiscal 2024, our total inheritance tax revenue was about $93.4 million, and $64 million of that went to the general fund. A repeal would erase that revenue to the general fund and defund the registers of wills, leaving the state with a $29.3 million funding shortfall. And allow me to elaborate further. One, most Marylanders are exempt from the inheritance tax, with fewer than 5,500 people paying it per year. Two, a repeal will primarily benefit distant relatives who live out of state. 51% of these taxes are paid out of state. Three, in contrast with the estate tax, very few people express dissatisfaction with paying this tax, mainly because they don't expect an inheritance. In my 14 years as a register, I've had one resident of Howard County write to complain to me about this tax. Four, this tax is a reliable, predictable, and growing source of revenue, up almost 14% this year. Five, no one really leaves because of this tax. As you all know, it's a confluence of factors that make people either decide to not move here or to leave the state. And six, while we understand that there is an appropriation to the registers on the table, and we will work with that if that is what the legislature wishes, we have been operating as a self-funding agencies for so long, we really do not know how we would deal with that administratively. So for all these reasons and in this challenging environment, it is our preference that we not discard a palatable, reliable, and growing source of needed revenue, but we are willing and able to and ready to be part of an ongoing conversation about our end-of-life taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to the last section that has the most people signed up. And we look forward to hearing from everyone, but there's a lot of you on here, and if it's all the same issue, just keep that in mind as you make your testimony. Annie Richards, Allison Colden, Matt Stegman, Ann Jones, Owen Bailey.
Mr. Chair, Allison Colton's not here. It's just me.
Okay. Kristen Harbison, Huma Sharif, Kristen Kirkwood, Josh Hastings, Heather Halsey, Beth Hill, Sabrina Dobbins, Kelly Phillips, Shelley Watson Hampton, Kelly Dubik, Michael Bryan, Rosalind Johnson, Daniel Ryder, Stephen Allen, Jana Davis, Michael Mason, Harry Huntley, and Matthew Hubbard, and we got a couple online too, so let's do this thing.
All right, we're ready. Good afternoon. Chair Gazzoni, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Annie Richards. I am your Chester Riverkeeper, here today representing Shore Rivers, a clean water voice on Maryland's Eastern Shore. Thank you for this opportunity to submit testimony in support of Chesapeake Bay restoration funding and historical appropriations, including the Coastal Trust Fund, Clean Water Commerce Account, and money appropriated through Tree Solutions Now 2021, all of which are slated to be greatly reduced from recommendations from DLS and DBM, respectively. Shore Rivers has been fortunate to receive over $31 million from the state over the past 10 years through competitive grants made possible through these funding sources. The majority of this funding is passed through to local Maryland businesses to implement restoration projects in our local farm fields and communities. This funding creates jobs and a multi-million-dollar conservation economy that helps us achieve clean water, keep Marylanders employed, and support a robust and vibrant rural economy. Support from DNR alone in the trust fund has allowed Shore Rivers to reduce 200,000 pounds of nitrogen, 24,000 pounds of phosphorus, and 28 million pounds of sediment per year across Eastern Shore farmland and rural communities. In FY24 alone, this supported over 24 acres of tree restoration, that's 95,000 trees, and over 30 acres of wetland restoration. We go on to detail many more projects in our written testimony. This is just a snapshot of what rural Maryland has gained from this funding, but I can provide a larger picture of what we stand to lose if this funding is rescinded, and that's trust. Trust from our farmers, trust from our rural communities that have come to depend on these programs. The federal government has now frozen and rescinded environmental investments impacting our farming and rural communities and bringing uncertainty and fear. If in this moment our state adopts DLS recommendations and removes funding as well, we will lose the trust we have worked so hard for decades to build and accelerate our goals toward Chesapeake Bay restoration. So we thank you for hearing our testimony, and we urge you to not adopt DLS recommendations for funding cuts to these important programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Matt Stegman. I'm the Maryland staff attorney for the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. CBF is here to support the BRFA bill as submitted by the governor and to respectfully ask the committee to resist cuts recommended by the Department of Legislative Services that would adversely impact the Department of Natural Resources, MDE, and the Department of Agriculture. Maryland's blue economy relies in no small part on the health of the Chesapeake Bay and the watersheds. It supports more than 115,000 jobs and $2.2 billion in annual revenue. This includes tourism, recreation, commercial fishing. All these sectors rely on having healthy water and healthy habitats. The DLS recommended cuts, there's a number of programs that are recommended. I referenced them in my written testimony, but I did want to draw the committee's attention specifically to the importance and impact of the Chesapeake and Atlantic Bays 2010 Coastal Trust. The 2010 Fund is the primary tool that the state has to address non-point source pollution, primarily in the agricultural space. Annie talked about some of the great work that her organization has done. As a whole, that fund from fiscal year 2009 to fiscal year 24, trust fund investments have activated more than $283 million in outside investments. So that is private investment and private sector jobs that are in addition to and activated by the public investment through that trust fund. It's reduced nitrogen inputs into the bay by more than 1.5 million pounds. That's a lot of nitrogen. Prevented more than 200,000 pounds of phosphorus from reaching bay waters. So, look, the BRFA as it was submitted by the governor does have a number of cuts that we don't necessarily love, but we can certainly accept. We're clear-eyed that this committee is, going to have to do more. We would just caution you that cuts that are multi-year or really deep have the potential to impact these programs going forward. Thank you.
Happy Friday afternoon. Welcome. Thank you for having us here. My name is Ann Jones. Today I'm here on behalf of the Land Preservation Trust, which is a Northern Baltimore County land trust that has been one of the most successful rural legacy areas in the state. As has been mentioned before, the BRFA as submitted by the governor, while it had cuts including it was $16.4 million from stateside open space and a $340,000 change from the heritage areas to the planning, those cuts, while substantial, were somewhat expected. We were very surprised when the proposals came through from Department of Legislative Services that would recommend a total zeroing out for 4 years of all of Maryland's land preservation programs. And that includes the Maryland Ag Land Preservation Foundation, Rural Legacy, Stateside Program Open Space, the local side that goes to acquisition of parks and playgrounds, and green space equity. You cannot bring those programs back quickly once they were taken away. I was here doing the Ehrlich administration when that came up, and it takes a long time to build back both the faith of the people who are participating in the program and the expertise to get it done. A total cut for 4 years was not just a shock, but it would take Maryland from being the national leader in land preservation it is, to actually being the programs would absolutely die at that point. We understand that there are you're looking at an awful lot of competing needs. And again, when we looked at the original cuts, yes, they would hurt, but these proposals would absolutely annihilate the programs. So thank you for your consideration, and hope we all get to happy hour at a decent hour tonight.
Good afternoon, chairs, Vice Chair, member of the committee. I'm Kristen Harbison, Political Director for Maryland League of Conservation Voters, here to urge you, with my colleagues, to reject the recent recommendations by DLS to drastically cut funding in the BRFA for the 2010 Chesapeake Bay Trust Fund, the Strategic Energy Investment Fund, and Program Open Space. And now we are led to believe that additional cuts may be coming from climate funding. I have a letter which was circulated by email to every office and signed by 46 organizations from across the state who stand with us on this. Collectively, we do work in and represent constituents from every county and legislative district in the state. The BRFA is a very important issue for the Maryland League of Conservation Voters and our partners. We believe that the governor's budget as proposed represents a balanced, responsible approach to this year's budget challenges while maintaining the state's commitment to environmental protection and community health. At the same time, we do want to reinforce the 24.4% reduction in general funds from environmental state agencies is not a sustainable path forward, and we reject any additional cuts. Collectively, these agencies are barely more than 1% of the state's overall operating budget, but carry a heavy burden to protect the health and safety of our communities, as well as protect the resources that are the cornerstone of our economic future. I'd like to draw attention especially to the importance of the Strategic Energy Investment Fund, or SEIF. As the federal government signals a decline in support in renewable energy programs and energy efficiency programs, Maryland's commitment to these initiatives will be increasingly critical. The SEIF is the only program in the state that directly helps communities and consumers reduce their energy and climate costs and climate pollution contributions. Among other things, the SEIF provides grants to help increase energy efficiency, which is the most immediate way for homeowners to reduce their energy costs, as well as supporting energy assistance programs, which will be increasingly vital in the face of increased energy bills. We urge you to accept the governor's proposed budget with no additional cuts. Environmental protection and robust climate programs should be recognized for what they are, an essential part of the solution to bring the state out of its fiscal woes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Hamna Sharif, and I'm representing the Nature Conservancy, where I lead climate adaptation programs. TNC is strongly opposed to the cuts being recommended by DLS, and as you've heard from my colleagues, we really urge you to accept Governor Moore's initial FY26 budget. In particular, we want to highlight the following programs: Chesapeake and the Atlantic Coastal Bays Trust Fund, Program Open Space, Rural Legacy, Maryland Agricultural Land Preservation Foundation, and the Strategic Energy Investment Fund. TNC's work touches down on every part of our state's diverse ecosystems. Within my own climate role, I have the privilege of working with our program directors in the land preservation, forest management, Chesapeake Bay, agricultural, and Baltimore City programs. This conservation, stewardship, and resilience building work is carried out in partnership and with our state agencies like Maryland DNR, Maryland Department of the Environment, Maryland Department of Agriculture, and the Maryland Energy Administration. Reducing these state agencies' budgets will have rippling negative impacts that go far beyond just one fiscal year. TNC recognizes that the state faces a difficult budget year and cuts need to be made. We ask that you refer back to Governor Moore's initial FY26 budget for these cuts, which took a measured approach to reduce the state's expenses. We thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee, my name is Josh Hastings. I'm a volunteer here on behalf of the Chesapeake Conservancy. I know it's been a long day for you all, so you've received our written testimony, so I'm just going to say ditto, and thank you all for what you continue to do to invest in conservation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Stephen Allen. I'm the Executive Director for the Maryland Recreation and Parks Association. And I'm here because MRPA strongly opposes the DLS budget recommendations. If adopted, these recommendations will dismantle decades of investments in Maryland's parks, open spaces, and waterways, threatening the very foundation of outdoor recreation and conservation in our state. First, the proposed elimination of program open space funding from 26 to 29 would cripple local parks and land preservation efforts. For over 50 years, POS has been a national model for protecting green spaces and expanding recreation opportunities. These funds allow communities and counties, municipalities to develop new parks, improve playgrounds, maintain trails, preserve natural lands that are all essential for the health and well-being of Maryland residents. Without this funding, many of these projects will simply stop. Second, diverting the waterway improvement funds to cover DNR's operational expenses would jeopardize boating infrastructure, marina improvements, dredging projects, which are crucial to our economy. Maryland's boating fishing industries contribute over $2.4 billion annually, supporting thousands of jobs. Without proper funding, boat ramps, docks, navigational channels will deteriorate, impacting local businesses, tourism, and safe water access for Marylanders. These budget recommendations seem to prioritize short-term cost savings over long-term sustainability. They shift financial burdens onto local governments that already struggle to fund parks and waterway projects. This will force counties to delay or cancel planned improvements, and leaving communities, especially the underserved ones, without the recreational spaces they rely on. MRPA urges this committee to reject or at least modify these provisions instead protect POS and WIF funding for their intended purposes. And I want you all to take a little bit of perspective. We've been here a long time today. I make a suggestion that you go outside, take a walk, go to one of our parks, have a bike ride, sit in the park, clear your head, and think about what you'll be losing if some of these provisions pass. So.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Rosalind Johnson. I represent Parks and Recreation professionals from MACO, all 23 counties and Baltimore City, MML, all 157 municipalities. During the daytime, I'm the City of Annapolis's Recreation and Parks Director, but I also represent 6.26 million people in Maryland who call it home and use local parks for free. The 43.5 million visitors to Maryland each year who use our parks, our local parks, for free. DLS referred to POS, both local and stateside, ag preservation, and rural legacy funding as discretionary. But we are not discretionary, we are essential. During COVID, we closed on Friday, March 13th. On Monday, March 16th, Recreation and Parks was serving meals to people, to children especially, who would not receive meals because we're the second largest provider of meals in the state. Where do we serve them? We serve them at recreation centers, and we serve them in parks. The proposal to take 100% is unconscionable. The great senator from Prince George's County said for us to offer a solution, take 5%. Many jurisdictions save up program open space to purchase much-needed land, such as Carzaltonia, one of the last waterfronts in the city of Annapolis, which also happens to be a historic Black area for African Americans during segregation times where we would be able to access the water. Program open space is used for development, which is jobs. Program open space is also what I call fairy dust, because when we purchase land with that program open space funding, it's there in perpetuity for our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren to be able to appreciate and to participate in. The governor mentioned the priority of the budget is growth, and this is growth. I spoke with a person who was fired from USAID, and she said, I'm fortunate that I am able to appreciate the great parks that there are in Maryland, even though I don't have a job. So it's the silver lining during tough times. Please, reject the proposal to redirect this essential funding, which supports all Marylanders.
Chair Gazone, Vice Chair Rosapet, my friends from Prince George's County and Southern Maryland, excited to be here with you all today. We'll try to keep this brief. This is a separate issue. We fully support our friends with the Project Open Space, but today we're going to be talking about the Tri-County Council for Southern Maryland, SMATIC, and the Cigarette Restitution Fund. This budget is forcing you all to make tough decisions, and I want to thank you for your time and consideration today as well. My name is Shelby Watson-Hampton, and I'm the director of the Southern Maryland Agricultural Development Commission, which is a division of the Tri-County Council for Southern Maryland. SMATIC serves farmers and rural businesses in all 5 Southern Maryland counties, and we also manage several statewide programs. The proposed budget now seeks to eliminate SMATIC completely by cutting funds over the next several years. I'm strongly urging your committee to please support the reinstatement of full funding for SMATIC, as we play an important role in supporting local farmers and expanding the rural economy. It is important to note that SMATIC funds are not taxpayer dollars. They come from a special fund called the Cigarette Restitution Fund. The CRF itself is continual and non-lapsing and comes into the state each year. When those funds arrive at the state, they are directed to either the Maryland Department of Health or to SMATIC. The Health Department gets approximately $108 million a year from the CRF fund alone. SMATIC just requests keeping our share of the fund, which is $1 million annually, so we can continue to support the farmers in our region. Ironically, just last year, our bill for permanent funding of $1 million from the CRF passed the Maryland legislature in a bipartisan bill just last session, with the Senate passing it unanimously both times and the House passing it with all yay votes except for 2. It was signed into law by the governor in April, and yet here we are. It is worth noting that last fiscal year, with just our $900,000 in base funding, SMATIC was able to leverage that to bring in over $2 million additional dollars into the region. This is a significant return on investment. Attached to our written testimony are the multitude of letters from farmers and ag service groups that support our funding, as well as the Maryland Farm Bureau. We ask that you please reject the proposed cuts, reinstate full funding of $1 million annually for SMATIC in the coming budget and beyond. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and esteemed members of the committee. My name's Heather Halsey, and I'm the Food Access Programs Manager at SMATIC. I'm here today to strongly urge you to reinstate full funding for SMATIC. The proposed cut would significantly harm the vital programs we administer that directly support Maryland's farms and also ensure food access for many communities statewide. Our food access programming ensures that families who face food insecurity can access healthy local food while simultaneously supporting local farmers. In 2024, because of SMATIC, Marylanders were able to access over $688,000 in nutrition incentives that we provided at over 60 access points statewide, and that directly benefited over 700 small farms and approximately 10,000 Maryland families. We also simultaneously provide extensive technical assistance, helping Maryland's small farms grow their businesses by diversifying their revenue streams while serving their neighbors. Additionally, with our food insecurity programming, like our community fridge program, we recently helped provide no-barrier local food to our vulnerable neighbors. This effort also strengthened a network of small food pantries and community school family pantries who were lacking in fresh foods. All of that food was purchased from local farmers and watermen. That is a win-win. In summary, SMATIC is a leader in programmatic innovation, economic development, and food security in Maryland. The proposed cut would severely impact farmers, families, and food access statewide, while Marylanders are facing devastating impending federal cuts to nutrition assistance, as well as cost of living inflation. I respectfully urge this committee to reinstate SMATIC's full cigarette restitution funding and without the eventual sunset. Thank you for considering this critical request.
Good afternoon. Dear Chair Committees and esteemed members of the committee, my name is Sabrina Dobbins, and I'm a small-scale farmer in St. Mary's County, Maryland. I raise dairy goats and create value-added products utilizing the milk from my herd. In 2019, I stumbled upon the Buy Local Challenge hosted by the Southern Maryland Agricultural Development Commission. This event had an incredible impact on me as a small business. Not only was this the most financially successful event that I had attended, but I was able to network with other small farmers, creating a lasting network of community. In early 2024, I had the opportunity to apply to and accept the position as the Agriculture Program Coordinator for SMATIC. As I began my time in this role, I dedicated my professional life to helping farmers in Southern Maryland. I work with farmers and producers, offering mini grants, regulatory assistance, and workshops for them to attend. As the coordinator for SMATIC's mini grant program, we've had over 230 applications with over $300,000 distributed in Southern Maryland since the origination of the program in 2017. I provided regulatory assistance for over 24 farmers, including 4 Mennonite or Amish producers with acidified food inspection through the Maryland Department of Health. SMATIC's workshops have been well attended, with incredibly positive survey results. I strongly urge the committee to reinstate full funding for the Southern Maryland Agricultural Development Commission, as they play a pivotal role in supporting local farmers, promoting agricultural education, expanding the rural economy, and fostering sustainable practices. We ask that you please advocate for reinstating full funding of $1 million for SMATIC in the fiscal year 26 and beyond. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you so much. Back to watershed issues. And Senator Sulling, I wish I could say ditto, but I'm going to make a few quick points here. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Jana Davis, president of the Chesapeake Bay Trust, nonprofit community-based grant-making organization established by you all in the 80s. Originally, our grants were made only with the Chesapeake Bay vehicle license plate revenue and a tax checkoff, but over the past, private money, not state money, but over the past 20 years, we've been managing other types of money for other entities, including the federal government and you all in the General Assembly. Some of the sources of revenue we now manage are actually under your purview, so we're here today about 3 of them. We know you have tough decisions to make. Senator Benson recognized that, but want to make sure you know the benefits of these 3 programs for community-based groups as you deliberate. The first is for urban underserved communities, which is a similar audience to federal funds we manage, which are still frozen despite all the court orders. The Urban Trees program was established through the Tree Solutions Now Act. That's part of the 5 Million Trees Initiative, and you all asked the trust to manage that. Helps mitigate the impacts of climate change, reduces heat island effect, improves human health, and so much more. We can counterbalance what's going on at the federal level by keeping that program strong. The second pot of funds is for the very popular Chesapeake Conservation and Climate Corps, created in 2010 by Senate President Miller, then bolstered in the Climate Solutions Now Act. Program places 50 young adults each year in a stipend-supported term of service. The third pot of funds is not an appropriation directly to the trust, but indirectly through state agencies. We manage money for DNR, MDE, MDA as well. One of them is is a piece of the 2010 trust fund, which is listed, as we've heard earlier, as an option for reduction in the DLS budget analysis. You've heard about this program. I'll just mention that both that program and all of the trust grant programs support tons of jobs and strengthens local economies. So thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate all that you do for the state of Maryland.
Thank you very, very much. Any questions? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to direct this to you, Shelby, just for a minute for the members of the committee. I know when I first started working and helping you with SMATIC, and I saw the economic development that you did for the 5 Southern Maryland counties through the Tri-County Council, I was surprised by the fact that you helped counties and farmers all over the state, and not just the 5 counties, right, with the money that came from the cigarette restitution. And I'd like for you to just take a minute and explain some of the counties that you have helped in this process, and the fact that this tool that is being attacked is an economic development system for our farmers.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. So SMATIC was created out of the tobacco buyout, which were the 5 counties, so Prince George's, Anne Arundel, Calvert, Charles, and St. Mary's. We are housed under the Tri-County Council as our fiscal agent, but we work mostly in those 5 counties. As the senator said, we have several statewide programs. We are allowed by our charter to partner with other statewide agencies to run statewide programs. One of the largest is the Buy Local Challenge program, which you've probably heard of. If anyone's ever attended the picnic that used to be held on the governor's grounds and is now held at the Maryland Department of Agriculture for the Buy Local, that idea originated with SMATIC. That came from us, and the MDA and the governor's office picked it up and ran with it, and we are now partnered on that very large program that runs all across the state to encourage people to buy local. Other programs, we have a Farm Link and a Mentor Match program. That helps farmers connect with new and beginning farmers to mentor them to enter the industry. Farmers are aging out, not just in this state, but in the nation at an average age of 57. We've got young farmers coming in through Farm Link and Mentor Match. And last but certainly not least is our Maryland Market Money program. That program operates in every county in the state. We have over 720 farmers and watermen in the state who are in that program. And what that program does is match incentive dollars for SNAP, WIC, EBT, senior FMMP, and FMMP. So when the folks come into the farmer's market or the farm stand or the CSA to spend their dollar, they get double the money for their fresh fruits and vegetables for their household, and the farmers get double the money for their products. So yes, SMATIC has a statewide reach. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Thank you all very much. Is there anyone else who needed to come up still? Who've signed up?
Good afternoon. Harry Huntley with the Environmental Policy Innovation Center. I'm here today to talk about the Clean Water Commerce Program and explain why amending this legislation to allow clean water commerce funds to be repurposed would be too short-term thinking. I don't need to tell you all why improving Chesapeake Bay water quality is important to our economy and our identity as Marylanders. My goal today is just for you to understand why this particular program, Clean Water Commerce, is one of the absolute best ways to do so, and to explain why consistent funding is so crucial to making this cost-effective program even more cost-effective. This program pays only for restoration projects that can demonstrate they have the lowest cost per pound of nitrogen prevented from entering the bay. It was created by Chairman Gazzoni. And your idea was so brilliant that Pennsylvania, Virginia, California, and Washington State are all copying it in just the last 3 years.
Gosh, I thought I recognized that one too. I don't know. Seems like somebody doesn't like all my bills.
I like it. One of the key features that we see in these is that the costs go down. Between round 1 and round 2, costs decrease by 26%. But that only occurs because bidders know there's consistent demand and they compete to offer those outcomes at the lowest cost. Disruption to that consistent demand source will make the market less efficient and more costly. So even skipping just 1 year of funding in FY26 would hamper the cost savings that the program would generate in FY27. Not funding FY26 would likely mean that FY27 would generate about 500,000 fewer pounds of nitrogen reductions. So once again, I just want to emphasize to you that the Clean Water Commerce Program is one of the most cost-effective tools Maryland has for enhancing Chesapeake Bay health, and that the funding for it must be consistent to keep driving down costs and generating more water quality improvements. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Kelly Dudek. I'm with Cultivate and Craft. We work statewide to support Maryland's agritourism, value-added agriculture, and Maryland's craft beverage industries. We collaborate frequently back to SMATIC, particularly in areas related to cottage and acidified foods. I just have a few points. I know you've heard a lot today. SMATIC does play a very critical role in supporting local farmers, agriculture education, and economic growth. Farmers are the backbone of our local food supply, ensuring that Maryland families have access to fresh, healthy, and locally grown products. The agricultural community currently is facing more challenges than usual. Federal grants are being frozen or eliminated. As you've heard, ag preservation dollars are under threat. All of this leaving farmers with fewer resources and greater uncertainty. Given these hardships, the timing for cuts to SMATIC's funding could not be worse, especially right now. We should be doing more to support farmers, not less. You've heard that this CRF funding is non-lapsing. That is an amount of money that already comes through over almost $110 million to the Department of Health. SMATIC is seeking $1 million of that. SMATIC makes a significant difference supporting hundreds of farms, expanding Maryland money markets to over 60 markets, and awarding critical grants to farmers and youth. While I understand that the state must take reductions, our agricultural community is facing mounting challenges. This cut will make it even harder for farmers to sustain their businesses and feed our communities. I respectfully urge you to reinstate full funding of $1 million for SMATIC in FY26 and beyond. I also want to say, I know in a normal year, your jobs are challenging, and this year is especially so, and I just want to sincerely thank you for the work that you're doing.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Beth Hill, Executive Director of the Maryland Forest Association, a 501c3 membership-driven nonprofit organization representing the forest community statewide. I'm here today to call upon you to reinstate full funding for the Southern Maryland Agriculture Development Commission, SMATIC. SMATIC is not just another program. It's a proven driver of economic growth that strengthens Maryland's working lands. As we work to rebuild the forestry sector, SMATIC has been an invaluable partner, highlighting emerging opportunities and supporting sustainable practices that enhance productivity. Their investments in outreach and education directly benefits the rural economies. Just last week, MFA and SMATIC began exploring initiatives to repurpose urban wood waste into products like biochar, a soil amendment, and fuel for advanced wood heating systems that qualify for thermal recs under Maryland's RPS. Projects like these align with Maryland's green energy goals and with Maryland's climate goals, while benefiting farms and forests alike. SMATIC's ability to foster meaningful partnerships and deliver successful projects is unmatched. This type of collaboration is exactly what the Forestry Economic Adjustment Strategy calls for in revitalizing Maryland's forestry sector. A $250,000 cut to SMATIC's funding would significantly undermine these efforts. MFA relies on strong regional partners like SMATIC to keep our forest healthy, productive, and economically viable. I respectfully urge the committee to reinstate SMATIC's full $1 million funding allocation as originally intended and reaffirmed by the Maryland legislature. The return on investment is undeniable, and the impact on our forest community and the broader agricultural community is profound. There are more details in my written testimony, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Questions for this group, this panel? Thank you very much. All right. This is it. We have five people lined up on the, we have 6 people? Okay, 6 virtual testimonies. I'm going to just squint and see your names. Ms. Richards?
Yes, thank you, Chairman and members of the committee, for the opportunity to testify. My name is Suzanne Richards. I'm the Executive Director of the Maryland Agricultural Education Foundation. But also very importantly here, I'm a family farmer in Southern Maryland. So hello to Senator Bailey. My family farm has personally benefited from SMATIC educational programs and marketing programs. We grow flowers and small fruit, and while blackberries and figs are not always my favorite things to harvest in the middle of summer, they have certainly helped us diversify our income on the farm. I've seen firsthand how SMATIC programs have strengthened local farms, have built new businesses in our communities, and have fostered a buy local ethic that is really strong today. All of this increases economic activity, it generates rural wealth, it pays income, sales, and property taxes, which ultimately fund the budget that you're considering today. So I ask you to please keep the big picture in mind and restore funding for SMATIC and remove their sunset. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Robinson?
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Robinson. I am a farmer with the Garden International and also a member of the Southern Maryland Agricultural Development Commission. I have personally benefited from the programs that SMATIC provides, all the way from education to event sponsorships to many grants and more. Their programs are extremely effective, and as others have noticed, they are extremely effective at providing economic development. One program in particular is the Maryland Market Money. For every $1 that is spent at a farmer's market, $1.70 is received from federal funding. That means that $2.70 go to local farmers, local businesses. Over $500,000 came from this program, and with the federal funding, that equals over $1.5 million. With a very modest 1.8 economic multiplier, that means an additional $2.8 million of economic impact for the great state of Maryland. Dozens of jobs created and thousands of families fed. That also includes programs like their community refrigerators, which also add economic impact and food security. The programs that SMATIC provides are extremely important and extremely relevant, considering that we are looking at a lot of cuts to the federal dollars, particularly with food access programs. So I urge you to please fund SMATIC fully at the $1 million that was approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Turner?
Good afternoon. My name is Brooke
Turner. I'm a farmer down here in St. Mary's County. I wanted to hop on here today to let you all know how SMATIC has positively impacted me as a beginning farmer. 31% of new and beginning farmers make up all of Maryland's agricultural producers. Some of the offerings that SMATIC has personally helped me with is marketing, infrastructure help, and communications and customer liaison. Without these programs and classes that they offer, my farm wouldn't be able to have grown to the size that it has grown in the few years that I've been doing this. So not only do they give back to the community, but they also continue to strengthen our local food system and support our economy. In fact, my farm alone has provided multiple jobs for people within our community because we have just grown to that extent. So I just wanted to ask you all today to please consider and strongly urging you to reinstate their full funding. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I think it says Elizabeth Epps.
Sure. Hi, good afternoon, Chair Gazzoni and members of the committee. My name is Elizabeth Epps, and I'm a resident of District 43 in Baltimore City. I am a public health professional and have worked for the past 10 years to strengthen the federal nutrition programs, including SNAP and WIC. I strongly urge the committee to support the reinstatement of full funding for SMATIC, as they play a pivotal role in connecting low-income Marylanders to healthy, locally grown food. The cuts to SMATIC will deeply impact the programs that the organization promotes statewide, including the Maryland Market Money Matching Program, which has already been discussed by others. So I just want to quickly say that given the steep cuts that we are expecting to see at the federal level in SNAP benefits and other critical federal programs, a matching program like this becomes even more necessary for Marylanders to be able to stretch their dollars, to be able to purchase fresh, local, healthy food at the farmer's market. So just want to reiterate that the full funding at $1 million for SMATIC is critical in the coming budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Chavez.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I really do appreciate it. Appreciate your service, particularly this year and in the years ahead. My name is Rebecca Chavez. I'm the Director of Agricultural Programs at Fresh Farm. We have operated the downtown Silver Spring Farmers Market in Silver Spring, Maryland since 2005. We're a nonprofit. We create economic opportunity for farmers and food access for communities through farmers markets. We operate 26 farmers markets and farm stands in the region, and we've partnered closely with SMATIC to facilitate the Maryland Market Money Matching Program at our Silver Spring location since 2020. I don't want to repeat my colleagues too much. I just want to really add my voice to theirs and let you know how critical this funding is for folks who need it the most. You know, as you've been hearing today, SMATIC does support local farmers. They expand the local economy, and the Maryland Market Money Program at Silver Spring just in the past few years has facilitated over $205,000 spending on locally grown produce and foods, and just made agricultural products more accessible for those who need it the most. With my written testimony, I submitted letters of support from 11 farmers and producers. These are all local customers that will lose the local businesses, that will lose customers, revenue, and an opportunity to grow the local economy with cuts to Maryland Market Money. So I want to ask on their behalf and on the behalf of over 40 other small businesses that we have at our market that you do reinstate full funding of $1 million for SMATIC in the coming budget. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I still I can't see the name at all now. It's covered by something else. Stavely, is it?
Yes, this is Nick Stavely with Fresh Farm. Yes, so a colleague of Rebecca, very longtime partner of SMATIC and the Maryland Market Money Program. I know this has been a long day, but we're here earlier than yesterday. I want to echo that the support for the incredibly efficient and impactful Maryland Market Money team and SMATIC overall, in addition to serving both Maryland-based farmers and those facing food insecurity within the state of Maryland. Their partnership and the impact of those programs expands throughout the rest of the region. As Rebecca said, Fresh Farm operates over 25 farmers markets throughout the region, and we work closely with other state-run programs in Virginia, in addition to Washington, D.C. The work of the SMATIC team has facilitated growth and significant redemption of federal benefits and incentive dollars throughout the whole region. Many markets outside of Maryland are critical economic outlets for Maryland-based farmers and producers, and these things are all fostered as a part of the same web. I just want to, again, encourage you to not cut their funding. Every dollar that someone facing food insecurity or using federal benefits accesses through the Maryland Market Money Program is a dollar that a Maryland-based farmer or a Maryland-based small business is also depositing. Farmers markets are unique economic drivers compared to selling into big box stores. The producers receive a larger share of every dollar spent at retail at farmers markets, and investing in SMATIC is going to make those outlets even stronger and make Maryland-based farmers, producers, and citizens stronger as well. Thank you again for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Any questions for this last panel? All right. Thank you all very much. That concludes today's hearing.